Hello. Oh, look at that. The cameras are almost ready. Okay.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty good.
Can we just like keep them?
Sure. Yeah. If we want to swap.
Whee! Oh look, I'm the
Character swap.
You've heard a keeper swap. I've heard a character swap.
That's actually an interesting idea. Like, what if you did do that? Like, if you every session you switched characters.
You do a shuffle.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of. That's not a bad idea. We
especially with like a big party. Like if we have everyone, Huddy and London here.
Oh yeah.
We shuffle around like 5 different characters.
Oh, that'd be impossible. No, it is a mythological event. It is a not mythological. It's a unheard of event. Here? Getting all of us together. Yeah.
This summer though.
This summer.
Watch this space.
This summer.
Why is string cheese in a
so damn
snack?
Good? Yeah.
It's like an S tier snack, and it's literally just cheese in a different form.
I couldn't tell you.
The thing is, if you compare string cheese to like any other cheese, it's not good cheese.
No.
But if you just eating string cheese, it's like
it's optimal, dude.
Yeah. Straight up fucks. Like
it's straight up fucks.
But if you gave me this exact cheese in a different form, like
it wouldn't work.
If you gave me this quality cheese in like a Baby Bell round, it's like, hey, here's your snack. This sucks.
Yeah.
Something about the cylinder of cheese though.
Like it's not mozzarella.
Hang on, there's another overlay.
Trying to be mozzarella, but it's not mozzarella.
It's like mozzarella adjacent.
Yeah, mozzarella. But
this is the Kirkland one. I got like 50 of these motherfuckers for like $8. Like I don't know what
they
it
work,
is.
They work hella well if you're trying to make mozzarella sticks, though.
Oh, thank you, Price VA, for that sick subscription.
Yeah.
You know what? We earned that because we kept you in the same spot. We didn't have to move you. Yeah.
Then should I stop watching Amaranth? All right, give me one second.
Oh my god, dude! Why does Amaranth show up? This isn't a fucking podcast, but technically, but why does she show up in the list? I've never even. I don't go to Thirst Trap streams, and Amaranth just pops up.
Okay.
He's just really popular, bro.
Shut up,
okay. Whatever you say, buddy.
All my Thirst Traps are dudes. All right. Okay. So. I do need to swap to this overlay because I do intend to summarize where we left off because it has been a minute, almost a month, as these things tend to happen nowadays, which I do hope we fix soon. But in the meantime, I want to refresh your memories while also refreshing or updating to what the story is. I guess not updating. Presenting the story to anyone who might be tuning in for the first time, if they're tuning in here or on YouTube. So, with that in mind, Clouded Desert, set in 2042, after the apocalypse. This apocalypse is, of course, set in the Call of Cthulhu universe. Happening July 15th was the Awakening. It is exactly what it sounds like. Everyone experienced it, no matter where you were on the planet. You were certainly affected in more ways than one, and some unfortunately affected in such a way that they lost everything, including their very lives. So, what happened to you all is you did, of course, survive in your own right. However you did that is to be determined in your past and to be expressed, perhaps later on, but for now, you are alive, and that's what matters. You were crossing the U.S., I believe each of you were crossing the North American, what used to be the U.S., relatively mid-western, south-ish area there. A lot of you coming from the Alabama, Louisiana area, which would, of course, include Mississippi, crossing over towards the western part. I believe one of you are headed towards Arizona. The rest of you, perhaps you were just wandering or following along, as you all did meet each other before the events of Clouded Desert took place and are currently taking place. Your journey brought you to what was once Texas. Not that that matters anymore, or that you would know. Any technology is now kaput, especially any GPS technology. Maybe you have a map. Perhaps that might have helped you. Again, the details do not matter. You arrived upon an old industrial-esque community. I won't say civilization, it's not that. But there are people, and they are alive, which is rare. And they have resources, things that you so desperately need. Think Book of Eli. Dry, hot, desert. Sparse needs. Sparse resources. I hate to use the word again, but it's true. So to see everything that they have in their possession, this group, it took you by surprise. You know you need them to continue the journey. You know you'd benefit from them if you haven't thought or had the consideration to stay with this group. One way or the other, you met the group's leader, quote unquote, Henry. Met him at, unfortunately, an off time with a gun to the head of another human, dealing with a bit of an infection. You managed to halt that execution. That person went into that jail or one of those cells. And of course, I do want to share some assets here. Stumbling upon the Haven. This is available to the players in the Roll20. Please feel free to check out the assets there to blow it up. But we have the general layout, made beautifully by yours truly. Not much of a map maker. But
Very nice.
thank you. With that in mind, you were taken to the town hall area where Henry divulged the reason for the events that were taking place. This infection that has set in with no obvious cause. It's set in from nowhere with no obvious cure. A cure that is hopelessly being worked towards by a Dr. Ava, someone you've all met as well, who is the most medically knowledgeable person in this community.
Doctor, I have a hip injury.
Now, Jon Deveraux.
I'm joking. I think it needs some mouth to mouth.
Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and swap back to that.
Let's
Get her off the screen. We can't have.
So Jon Deveraux, while your companions took off to the bar area towards the western end of this little community, which I do want to preface, the Haven is made up of an old granary. You see 3 industrial buildings, 2 garages, 1 large processing plant, and 3 small shacks up at the top right there. The top left, there is a pipe. It's actually delivers water, which happens to be the most beneficial thing of this entire community to begin with. Something almost unheard of. You can only deem that it pulls it from some sort of supply that is obviously untouched by whatever happened on the surface here. Now the rest of it, there's the truck garage that none of you have yet to have explored just yet, but Jon Deveraux did explore some of the shack homes here. You ran into an older woman who did express the horrors that the world put upon her shoulders and her family. You all met Dr. Ava. Puppy, first and foremost. After Puppy looked Joseph up and down to see this large green calloused infection going from the neck to the shoulder on Joseph, he went over to Dr. Ava, who's treating a patient on her gurney table, operating table, makeshift thing that she had. The patient, the female on the table, was unconscious and started violently shaking and jolting on this table. Dr. Ava held down the legs, asked for assistance from you, you being built as you are. After doing so, a cough came from this patient, spewing blood and saliva everywhere. Unfortunately, you didn't catch it in time. That is moving or dodging this. So unfortunately, that was an incident that was not intended. I believe the mask helped a little bit. But this was all happening while Christopher and Jon Deveraux came back together, checked out the water pipe. With a successful mechanical repair, you reached up in there, trying to unblock or fix whatever was happening here, as there seemed to be a shortage. The production had lessened or stopped entirely. Pulling out from there, a swarm of grasshoppers, locusts, came covering you entirely. I believe this was, in this case, Christopher, if I'm not mistaken, either one of you. You'd reached up there. Gotcha. You'd solved that blockage issue, but were swarmed by this onslaught of insects that then faded off into the desert sky there. It is into the afternoon at this point. You're looking at 4 or a little bit later, perhaps. After that incident, shaking that off, you'd taken yourselves to the bar, which is right there next to that pipe there. You sat down in this cafeteria bar and were served a couple glasses of water, something you wouldn't expect this day and age, and sat down with another individual who introduced themselves as Cassie. While speaking to Cassie, she was divulging some information about other people in this community, but also their her love for Joseph and the sadness that had set in from knowing that there was no cure, or seemingly no cure, to what he was experiencing. Right before we cut as well, Jon Deveraux, I'm going to put this on you, it could have been you or Christopher, heard a little bit of skittering. Actually, we'll know for sure who saw that. I'll correct myself. I believe it to have been with 2 spot hiddens. Those were previous, but a natural world from Christopher Ward. So I'm going to put it in your lap. Congratulations. You heard a little bit of skittering and just peeking over the table, just barely, not enough for any further inspection, but just a glance, you saw a couple appendages, little legs, in a jar attached to a belt. And Cassie continued to speak, sitting around this large old stop sign table, while you're sitting on wood crates. And from there, I woke up to him screaming, and that was this morning. The rest you were all a witness to.
Now remind me again, he was not the first to become sick with this ailment. Is that correct?
He wasn't. Marley was the first to go. They buried him rather, quickly after he stopped breathing, but they waited too long. And the screams that came from the clinic were terrifying. No one knew what to do, and that's the first time I saw Henry panic. I've never seen his eyes worry.
Where did they bury him?
Behind the town hall. If you pass the armory and go past the outhouses, you'll see the fresh dirt. It wasn't but end of this last week.
And all these cases have been happening really close to, really all of them since that first one then, all within a couple weeks.
It will set in pretty quickly.
Did anything major that happened that could have caused all this? If it all happened all at once after y'all been living here for, a while before that, must have been it can't have just happened for no reason.
That would be nice. We've been here 2 months, and I'd say it was set in perhaps 2 weeks ago, maybe 3.
So what changed between the first 6 weeks and the last 2? Any big event happen? Anyone leave, come back, acting different? It might have seemed small at the moment, but I mean, to me, something must have changed between those first 6 of these last 2 weeks.
Other than perhaps a couple of collection teams sent out to maybe get food, there was nothing out of the ordinary. No one left. Joseph never left. And it just happened. And Marley had his faults. But there wouldn't have been a cause.
Have any of the victims of this been on the collections team?
No.
Who's on the collections team?
They send out a couple of guards, and they take the truck at times. But Toothless never goes out. He just works on it. Dustin might know, and she points to the guard that is right behind you there, watching intently. When you turn, you can see underneath that hood just two eyes, just almost unbreaking when you look at them. And then registers each of your gazes.
What about the old sheriff? Does he ever go on the collections?
No. He's too worried about everyone here. If he were to leave, it would rack him with worry.
Who runs the collections?
It
Was
was
there a leader? Like, who decides who goes out?
typically the same two or three guards, I suppose. Henry does help and determine the paths they might take that would be different, but it's, I suppose. And she motions to Dustin. He steps in. It's typically a coordinated effort. We all come together. Henry gives the final say-so, but we all have an opinion on what would work best.
Keeper?
Yep.
When I pulled the locust out of the pipe, didn't I also pull out some clothes?
Yeah, so there were some old rags, maybe an old like what's the poncho type thing. Yeah, there's things that seemed to be like just stuffed that were blocking this swarm of insects.
Was the water itself really grimy and everything when all those locusts came out, or was the water itself still looking pretty clear and normal?
So I believe you gave me a check when you had investigated.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't note anything too peculiar. I would now that we're coming back after almost a month, I would. And I'll definitely invite another look if you'd like to.
I'd be happy to. Yeah, I'll have to go look at the water again.
Gotcha. You getting up from the table? Go and check that out.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, before I do that, I say to Cassie, "Thank you for your time, ma'am, and I hope that Johnny can get the help that he needs."
She just nods her head and looks to Christopher. So John steps away. Ward, is there anything on your mind?
The guard steps away.
Dustin's still there. He was addressing that last question.
How did you decide to become a guard, Dustin? What's your story?
I wasn't good at anything else. I'm no mechanic. I'm not a doctor. No good at comforting.
So everyone pulls their weight around here, eh?
That's the idea. Now,
I'm
what
interested
weight
about
would
this
you pull?
collections. What do I pull? I'm still trying to figure that out myself. Usually I'm just kind of the smiley, happy face out here, but nah, everyone has a place in this world, I believe. Still trying to figure it out. I'm a pretty darn good farmer. Need any help growing any food? I can grew up kind of fixing tractors up and down, some mechanics. I fixed a pipe outside that was kind of weird. Henry said that we had a blocked pipe just right outside. You know what I'm talking about?
I do. That's good to hear that you managed to get that fixed.
Yeah, you see, it's not a mechanical issue, which I found really disturbed. I don't know. But you see, I would like to put the rags and the stuff on the table, kind of like. So you see, the mechanics, the pipes are all fine, but these here rags and clothes and what the hell have you seem like someone just shoved that right up in there. I was able just to fish them out, and then there's some bugs and some debris and what have you that was kind of getting blocked by all this, which I guess is understandable. But
you think
considering
someone
that you had
planted
a
them?
bunch of well, you had a bunch of rags and clothes in the only water pipe, and they're only a couple inches deep. I mean, if it was coming from the water source, you'd think it'd be backed up a little bit further, but I just reached my old hand in there and grabbed it out. And to me, if my hand can fit, I don't think someone else's hands can just go the opposite way and shove that right up there. What do you think?
Dustin quickly glances at Cassie, who shares the same. Her eyes actually widen a little bit. Well, someone's sabotaging exactly what we're all about here, which is pulling our weight, then clearly they need to be found out, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, sir. Well, you see, Henry, we talk about pulling our weight. Henry kind of had me be he wanted me to kind of, what was his word? Solve some problems. And I think if you go around looking for who did this, it may cause more problems than it's going to solve. So I appreciate it if you let me do my problem solving gig. I'll absolutely come to you if you have any questions, but I could try and keep this on the DL, the down low, if you get me.
Give me
Are we
any roll except for, I mean, I wouldn't recommend intimidation, but it's free to do.
You better shut the fuck up, Dustin. Sorry.
This dude's like 7'2". You're just like, you're an idiot.
Try some.
I double dog dare you, motherfucker.
How do you feel about charm? I feel
Yeah.
like I'm trying to build a nice
No,
little
I
bond
can
with this man.
definitely get the southern charm going. Yeah.
All right, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
That is a
Alright.
success, a 62 to a 75.
Perfect. All right. With that,
Oh, and I like to do the same thing for Cassie while at this conversation. Should I roll a second time?
no, I would say that one success would contribute to both parties here, as they are on the
Great.
other side of the aisle.
Sick.
He stops getting up. He's a little bit perturbed, to use one of your words there. But suppose he was never actually sitting down. But he stops turning and turns back. All right.
I don't want you to. I know the newcomer asking you to kind of keep some of this kind of important shit quiet. May be a little thing, a little scandalous or whatever. But I worry that if the mole, the rat, any kind of small creature, as a metaphor for this human that's shoving shit up pipes, if they know we're looking for them, they may go deeper down in the hole.
Give me a stealth roll as well.
A stealth roll?
Yeah. Okay.
That's a failure.
Cool.
Do I get to know what that was for, or should I just keep talking?
Oh no, you're good. I mean, I like to just choose a random skill.
Yeah.
to
Fuck you.
roll.
All right. So yeah, I just think it'd be better if maybe we keep it in the small little group of what we know. We can all do our little looking, just kind of down here and quiet. But I'd like if you could leave it to me just for a little bit, and especially do not tell Henry. I think he has too much on his plate, and if the big bad boss around here, the Mr. Sheriff, is very openly looking for someone that's trying to fuck the community, I don't think it can get louder than that. I will tell him in due time. I promise you. I'm on your team.
All right.
That's all I gotta say. Capiche? Capiche.
He takes a couple
Wow.
steps back, and in the room very close to you, as there is an attachment to this garage, they made the most of the spaces that they had, is Puppy, who gears up as he senses it's his time to shine. So this did just happen, and I want to open with something, Trevor, given the results of the last time. So please, if you could, sir, give me a Constitution roll.
I already do this. Hard success.
Well done. All right. With that in mind, Puppy, the patient simmers down, goes back to an unconscious state. Ava looks almost a little bit winded, with a final breath. She looks at you, acknowledges your gaze, turns around to clean up a little bit, and then start to clean around the patient as well, all the fluids that were expelled there. So she does fill the space a little bit with she's running out of time, just like the others, and we're still at ground zero. There's nothing.
So, without saying a word, Puppy is going to go and wash off his face.
Okay.
And then begin to take samples of the excrement and attempt to create a whatchamacallit, where you grow it under a microscope.
Petri dish?
A culture.
Oh, culture. Okay.
It's going to create a culture from the samples that you took.
Okay. So you put them in a vial, or in this case, perhaps some sort of petri dish that you might have.
The cleanest one I could find.
Yeah, of course. You can certainly find one, and how you'd prefer to clean it, it's up to you. Would be
Spit shine. No, I'm kidding. Probably most likely alcohol or some sort of heavy disinfectant.
okay.
Whatever is around.
Okay, gotcha. We'll say, yeah, I mean, I won't ask for a roll with that. We'll say you have a little bit of something remaining, as you all do have a long history of doctorhood. And you are able to collect that sample, yeah.
And you'll also begin while it's growing, also monitoring the sample and looking at it under a microscope to try to see any sort of irregular rarities,
Okay.
uncommon things.
So typically microscopes are hard to come by. They're rather
Wow.
heavy, as you know. I can't imagine you were carrying one around with you.
Nope.
But I will ask, we're going to go out on a limb here. We're going to let the dice decide. We'll ask for a luck roll.
Oh, me luck roll.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
you're gonna luck roll.
That's the one.
Hard success.
Well done. Well done. By
Oh,
Oh, you want me to roll?
by almost sheer dumb luck. Maybe not dumb luck. Forgot what the doctor looks like. Can you put it back on the screen?
Oh, wait, I don't know who said that, but I agree.
Yeah. It's funny. Yes. So, by some luck, unused, packed away on a counter, a dirty old counter, underneath maybe an old medical bag, doctor bag. No, my pictures aren't working. What's going on? It won't change. Oh no. Oh, I know. Okay, I'm an idiot. Sorry. Anyway, there you go. Congratulations. Underneath that medical bag is an old microscope. It is going to need to be cleaned up, which you do promptly. And we're going to come right back to you as you're doing that. But another colleague of yours, Jon Deveraux, is right outside going back to check out this pipe. Now, what I'm going to ask from you, John, I'm going to refer to the text that I have written. Either a spot hidden or intelligence check that is going to need to be a hard success. Bryce Everett.
Yep. I'm sorry. Mine's being
Oh, you're good.
slow. Okay. Said luck, right?
Correct. No, not luck.
Not luck. Sorry.
Okay, it's going to need to be a hard success for spot hidden or intelligence.
Cool. Let's see. My spot hidden is 60. Intelligence is 75. Okay. That's a failure. 89 versus 75.
Okay. With that in mind, you...
My roll 20 clipped out when I was trying to...
That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just had an issue with displaying things. So, with that failure, the water itself, the fact that it exists in the first place is a miracle. Who cares if there's a little bit of grime in it? It's not like it's getting routine maintenance. It's nothing you wouldn't expect. I mean, you're seeing chips of maybe some rust in there. But anything more than that, it's just what you'd expect from something like this.
Okay.
Is there anything
Gotcha.
else you'd like to do?
Could I go... How far am I to go check to see where the body was buried?
This is all very close by. I mean, to get
Okay.
from one gate to the next on the long stretch here, north to south, low to high, top to bottom, it's gonna be maybe it's less than a football field.
Okay.
It's pretty packed tight. So I mean, you
I'd
could,
like to see
yeah.
where they buried the body. See if
Okay.
anything looks unusual with that.
Of course. So you pass the cafe. Chris might look outside and see John just shuffling on by the big garage door that's open here.
Sure.
The sun is beating down on you. You're walking on that cracked dirt. You wrap around the large building, this town hall. Sure enough, right where Cassie had mentioned, if you're looking at the map, to the left of the outhouses,
Mhm.
right near that back window, that little dot marks a window, there is loosened dirt. Now, it's still dry, of course,
Right.
but it is clearly chopped up.
I'd like to look into that, see if there's just anything. I mean, obviously it's just dirt on dirt, but would there be anything strange maybe growing out of that dirt? Is there anything unusual about the look of the grave? Like, is it the right size? Is it that kind of thing?
Yeah, it's approximately the size of an adult male. Outside of that, nothing growing, nothing discolored outside of the dirt, just being, maybe
Fresh.
a little wee bit fresher. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll go rejoin I'll go
Christopher.
rejoin Christopher. Yeah.
Okay. As you're walking back up the 3 steps to get up onto the level, Puppy is still cleaning and finally getting that last cleansing of the magnification there. Putting that petri dish in, or at least I believe that was the intention. And you're looking in, correct?
Correct.
Gotcha. I'll ask for a. I know medicine's pretty high, so I'll ask for. In this case, it would have to be. Yeah, minimum would be a hard success.
For medicine.
Correct.
How about a failure?
All right, I can work with that. So no, no one knew, but I was considering that role like golf. So unfortunately, that did not play in your favor there, but that's okay. Looking at it, collecting these samples of fluids that were evacuated from the body, you see very recognizable things. You're seeing the white blood cells, the red blood cells. Able to get the zoom just right, you can really identify those. But past that, you're not seeing anything else. Maybe outside of like some debris. There's certainly something else there, but it's probably just because there's no sterilization happening. You're doing the best you can with what you got, but you can only imagine that there's probably some interference from the lack of perfect cleanliness.
And this came out of the patient's mouth, correct?
Correct. Well, whatever you did intend to collect.
I pretty much just took a swab of like the spit.
Heard. Yeah. So whatever you did
Oh.
intend to collect, that's what you're seeing. Yeah.
So we are seeing. I'll be taking notes as well.
Heard.
We are in the notes I write blood samples taken from vomit, other or unknown debris, and I'm also going to be counting the unknown debris and maybe even trying to sketch a little bit what it looks like. I know you can't give it to me, but what you can give to me, Matt, my character is going to make note of it, and then I will keep at it.
Well, you're noticing clumps of this stuff that is, of course, larger than the blood cells, the other cells. And you're writing these notes down, and you take another glance back at it, and one of these clumps actively splits apart and seems to have flagella pushing it away. And that is what you spot as you're continuing to dive in. Christopher and John. Cassie is sitting here in front of you. Dustin is backed up to the place against the wall there. He has just acknowledged what Chris had mentioned, which is letting you do your thing as Henry did instruct the sheriff of this haven. who is his boss and he appears to be loyal to. So now it's you three, you, Cassie, and Jon Deveraux.
Okay. Cassie, is there anything you're not telling us? Anything that it could be? Even something minute you think isn't important, but it seems related that you could tell us, Cassie, please.
Give me a persuasion.
Okay. That's extreme success, 2 versus a 50.
Fuck! Okay.
Wait, if you like use 1 luck to get a 1 out of 50.
I'll use a luck to make it a 1. I'll use luck to make it a 1.
How about you shut your fucking mouth, Mike?
That's a
All
good
right?
idea, Mike.
I'll allow it, man. All right. Get a dirty crit. All right.
Dirty
I'll
crit.
allow it.
The
I'll allow it.
dirtiest of crit. We love dirty crit.
All right. Spend that 1 luck point, making it a 1 versus 50 critical success when you looked. Please, actually, I won't even describe it. Describe how you are so fucking persuasive. Like you just became president of the apocalypse with your
Right.
performance just now.
I think that Jon he's just giving a lot of eye contact. He's not letting her look away. He's talking in a very calming yet still pleading voice. Like he's not trying to say, he doesn't sound desperate. He sounds more curious than desperate, if that makes sense. But it's not aggressive at all. It's just this very calm and curious way of asking these questions, a lot of eye contact, and just a genuine, you can feel that Jon genuinely wants to know things. He's not just trying to learn something so he can use it to his advantage. Like he wants to know for the sake of knowing the info.
Heard.
Just please, if there's anything you think that could be related, even if it's so minor, what can you tell us?
You tapped into something. Tears well up on the underside of her eyes. It seems to be getting all of us. And she pulls back the cloak a little bit. Don't get weird. Pulls back the cloak a little bit. And you can see the same green callus forming, coming from a very similar location. She points actually directly into the center, and you can see a divot and intrusion right there in the middle. It seems to be spreading out from. She covers it back up. Obvious worry, something she hasn't admitted to anyone in this area.
Is this the side is this the left side where the heart would be? Like, is it right over her heart?
Yeah. So
Okay.
like right over like left shoulder, not necessarily right over like where you put your hand, but
Okay.
right between there and the left shoulder. She looks up towards Dustin, just glances, and seeing if she was being watched. I don't always feel safe.
No, it's hard to feel safe in times like these.
Keep.
Yep.
2 questions.
Okay.
1, with my partner with my partner getting a critical success, do you feel like she would be more open to me as well, considering that we're together?
Yeah.
Cool. Secondly, when she moved her cloak to show us the damage or whatever, would that have? I noticed that little jar of whatever and on her belt.
You would have gotten a
Would
good
that-
look, yeah.
I would have gotten a good look.
Is that what you're searching for?
What do you mean?
Is that where your eyes were drawn to confirm what was going on down there, or were you just like kind of seeing if there was a jar?
Well, I've seen the jar before, so I know the jar exists.
Yeah.
So if she moved her cloak, more table talk here. I was looking for a way to bring it up without it being like, hey, I caught a weird little glance at something on your belt. But if she
Okay.
like moved her cloak and gave me a very obvious view, plus she now has a good relationship with my friend, I thought that's kind of what I was hoping to get.
Yeah, if you want to work it into the conversation,
Yeah,
and
cool,
we'll go from
cool,
there.
cool. Sorry,
Hey,
Perfect.
London.
No worries, no worries.
London!
LC.
If it isn't Mr. Carlisle.
If it isn't
Um,
Mister, I don't have time to play games, so I'll just watch every goddamn stream instead of being
Fuck
in it.
out of here. All right.
We love you, London. Though. Thank you for coming in.
Yes, thank you for joining us here. So,
Florida man.
oh wow! Shout out to Mike_Scott for coming
Subscribing
in with
with Prime.
9 months. Now it wasn't the 21 months, like our good friend Price VA there. But you know what? We'll take.
Give me that Bezos. Give us that
We
Bezos
now
money. Mike.
have a Twitch baby. 9 months together.
I
Bezos
appreciate you both.
Bezos money.
We all appreciate you both. Thank you
Get
very
that
much.
money.
Thank you for running Twitch, Jeff Bezos. We love you, and we'd love some
Thank
free
you, Mr.
promotion.
Bezos,
I'm
Daddy.
love
gonna
you,
make an
bald head.
Amazon Prime TM order right now.
Yeah, Spot Hidden, the TV show.
Everyone go read the
That's my
Washington
pitch.
Post. Please don't.
That's all you need. That's the pitch.
Anyways,
Her eyes glance up and to the left.
It'd be
Just
better than the Lord of the Rings show
oh boy,
with much
Uh,
less money.
a
much
little bit
budget.
less money. Yeah,
significantly more full.
If you pay us each $100,000 a year, we'll do whatever.
dude.
So
You know,
much
We'll just live stream.
You know
on
how many
Amazon.
more assets I'd have? I'd have at least 2 more.
At least 2 more assets.
Yeah.
he'd still steal them all from the
And
poor
a
creators.
nicer ass. I'd go to the gym more. I promise
Yeah, man.
you, Mr. Bezos.
I just buy a gym.
I just buy a butt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right. For what you came here for.
My bad.
In this conversation, you're all good with Cassie, who Jon Deveraux, you just rolled a 1 versus 50, and Christopher is, as you just mentioned, you are looking at that little jar. But in the meantime, Cassie glances in the direction of Dustin, this guard. Tears still welled up. I don't necessarily feel safe, and I don't believe we all have a say. You saw when you came here the type of the type of rule that they have, and I don't necessarily believe to be best. And I think there's a lot we could change, but unfortunately, everyone's too scared to speak up.
When did this? I mean, I know the man died relatively recently, and Johnny got sick recently. But if what you're saying is true, that everybody here is infected, I mean, what do you think caused this? Is it the drinking water? Is it just where we're at, or is it just some more crazy outer shit that none of us know? I mean, what? Is the sheriff infected? Is the doctor infected? Is it everybody here?
I don't know.
And he's whispering all this. He's not.
Yeah, I hear.
Yep.
I honestly do not know. I know Dr. Ava knows about, and she motions. But if Henry is, he's going to hide it. He would never reveal it. He's already taken 1 life and is pushing for 2. But with California being, with it sinking into the ocean and volcanoes rising and people being taken out in the blink of an eye, it could be in the air, it could be in the water, it could just be the presence of something.
Have there been any efforts to try and move this body of people somewhere else?
Where
Or
would
have
we
you
go?
just I don't know.
And you would know just from your own knowledge that where you came from was an old city. You could do a history check to see if you know what city, whether or not it'd matter.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead and throw it in there. You walked past buildings that,
Extreme success, 9 versus 51.
well done. So, and you might recall from the very beginning, the intro
Spent
that we
8 luck.
Spend 8 luck. for
Don't
this.
spend 8 luck. You're not gonna gain shit.
It would be
Uh,
a
Save
funny
that
bit,
for the
though.
inevitable
You
combat.
would have to do it for the bit.
Oh boy.
Commit to the
Guys.
bit. Commit to the bit. No,
What
I'm
you
saving
would-
it for
A
combat.
bit.
What you
Fair
all
enough.
would have discussed as you did meet prior, maybe a little bit prior to this, or at the time of this, if you might recall the intro when you were walking through the city, you hear a screeching of a flying beast, the gunfire of a large weapon, and then a truck scurrying off. That was what used to be the Fort Worth area. You continued on this path that you were taking. Oh, excuse me. I believe it was was it Wichita Falls? It's north of what is Dallas and
Okay.
Fort Worth.
There it wasn't a terribly long journey where they came from.
No, it was.
We're
I
like,
mean,
we're like on the western border of Texas, of what was Texas, right?
yeah,
ish,
you're
or-
pushing towards, like, you're going towards the Amarillo side.
Okay.
Or that's up in the Panhandle. You're kind of going that direction, following a big main road. So on foot, it took you about a day and a night. You did sleep a few hours, all of you, on your way there, and then arrived here early morning. For them, it was probably maybe a 2-3 hour drive. So you do know that is the direction you all came from, but that city was wrecked. I mean, buildings were falling on each other.
Okay.
There were creatures out and about picking off anything that might move. This is obviously safer. Now you might head that way to pick up scraps to gain resources, stealthily, hopefully, or with massive firepower. Alternatively, heading south from where you are is just going to be, even if it was like our modern day, would be jack shit. There's nothing. Same for heading north, except for
Gotcha.
maybe some offshoot towns, houses, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yep.
Cassie, thank you for telling us this. I'm sure it wasn't easy for you, and I want to be honest with you. Frankly, I'm not sure what we can do, but we'll do what we can.
She reaches out quickly and grabs your hand, John. Keep him from killing him. He's the only thing I have.
If that means having him leave the city, getting out. Are you prepared for that? Are you prepared to go with him? I'm not sure if they'll let him stay here in the compound or not.
I am.
Christopher, what do you think? I mean, I feel like that's going to be the most reasonable course of action, simply letting him leave.
Let's not get our panties in a bunch too early. I think there's still a lot we need to figure out. A lot more questions need to be answered. I don't want anyone to get too riled up over a maybe or a what have or a coulda, shoulda, woulda. One question I do have though, before we part this little gather, and I'd like to speak a little bit quieter.
Okay.
So, and maybe out of earshot of Dustin if we can, or at least like, I'd like to have try keep it as just internal if we can, because Dustin's kind of like back against the wall, and whatever.
I
I
hear
feel.
you. Yeah, definitely.
See, earlier, and also when you showed us your infection, I saw a little jar on your belt. Sure, it looked a little creepy and crawly to me. I was just wondering what you were
Well, he's not
keeping around, and
creepy.
why haven't you mentioned it yet? Now that we're talking about all these weird infections going around, it seems like you have a little something else to share.
He's not creepy.
Sure, well, he's a he.
His name is Timothy. And she loosens a small, kind of tough string from the top and just over the edge of the table. And I can show you all as well. The picture isn't exactly what's going on. It's more of a portrait. Inside this jar is a grasshopper, a locust. Now I will ask for a nature check.
From
If you'd
me
like-
and Christopher, or just Christopher?
Whoever would like to identify more, it's up to you. But
you,
other
you go,
than that,
you go
do
for it,
see,
Christopher. You need to roll.
You do see
Natural
a
world,
natural world. Yeah. Thank you. I'm getting it mixed up.
44 to 50.
Nice.
Yeah.
Success. Also, Keith, before we jump on, do I notice this being the same type of locust that attacked me?
Give me a history.
Happened like an hour ago. The fuck history.
But you didn't quite catch.
All right, hold on. I got a 5.
I'll
Ready
ask.
for this?
I'll ask. If
Ready
you,
for this
would you
3
like
versus
another
5?
one? Would you like another one? Another option?
Sure.
It's either roll against that 5, depending on
Okay.
how lucky you feel, or I'll take a hard success with education.
With my education. Hard success is half.
Correct.
All right, fuck it. All right, here we go. Damn.
So it's half the other way. Like you don't add half to it. Oh damn, that would have been not better. But anyway, gotcha. It appears similar. I mean, they all appear, like it's a
It's a bug.
grasshopper. Yeah.
Sure. All right. God damn it.
You don't know what you're trying to confirm. But you were actually. Because you gave me the successful natural world. And then you rolled the education to see if it was similar to the ones prior.
Correct.
You don't know that. Honestly. And I wouldn't say draw assumptions. You can if you'd like. But with that successful natural world, I can very much tell you this. Especially from what you can see as a player. And what Christopher would identify as well. This thing is not a fucking grasshopper. This thing is weird. I mean, there's eyes all over the forefront. There's more legs than there should be. It certainly can fly. I mean, it's got wings tucked under those carapace. But it's certainly of a locust origin, but it's like whatever species this is had to have been unidentified prior in everyday life. So it's certainly unique. It's not doing anything crazy. It's not aggressive. It's just kind of chilling. But this thing is wild looking.
Cassie, politely as I can, what the fuck is that? I mean, what the fuck is he?
Almost offended. Kind of pulls back. He is my friend. It's one of the only friends I have out here.
How did you two meet?
He's just floating on by. And so I thought, since he stayed put, he didn't fly away like all the others, we'd be friends.
Have you seen a lot of things that look like Timothy kind of floating around here?
Well, sure,
Lately.
they're all over the place. And
That look like him.
well, they're all bugs. I mean, I don't look too close.
All right. Has Timothy ever bitten you?
No. I hardly ever let him out of the jar except for the little scraps of food and water. Don't tell no one.
Have you touched Timothy with your bare hands?
Couple times. Just when I went to go pick him up, and sometimes we play a little bit.
Where have you touched it with your bare hands?
Yeah. Would you like to?
No, thank you.
Uh-huh.
I've never seen a creature like that before in my life. Have you
Huh.
there, brother?
John?
No, I'm not one for critters.
Oh, I suppose he's just
You have any dogs? More of a dog guy.
I think we ate the last dog we came across.
That's good. Well, where did you find this? Where did you find this? What'd you call it again?
Timothy.
He's a
Timothy.
grasshopper.
Where did you find Timothy? Are there more like Timothy? Or are you the only one with a Timothy?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think. And at this point, she's not like broadcasting it, but I don't think too many other people make friends like I do. Um, if they do, that's great. But I found him just. She points outside that big garage door with the sand dust kind of blowing to the side, just right out there.
Right out there, huh?
Right out there.
Hmm.
Where can we find you on a daily basis there, Kathy or Cassie?
Yep. I try to
I
keep
think
to myself, but here or the first shack to the right.
Do you live with anyone?
I used to with Joseph.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Well, I think that is all the questions that I have. John, do you have anything else?
No, my friend, I don't. But again, Cassie, thank you for your insight.
She
Yes, thank you.
wraps that thread back around, nods her head, goes back to staring at her glass and frantically jumping from corner to corner, person to person, kind of watching everyone. Puppy. While we've been solving this, you've been solving other things. With your patience, I do appreciate it. I will request another medicine roll, or yet again another hard. Given your doctorate, or potential, perhaps doctorate, I'll also be looking for another hard education roll from you as well, if you'd like to do so. Otherwise, I'll take a medicine roll.
My education's a little higher.
Well, it's up to you.
Mike, give me a drum roll. Price, give me a drum roll.
Come on, Price.
Nobody give me a drum roll.
Oh no, Price is doing it. Price is doing
hard
it.
education.
By 2 points. All right. Well done. Well
By
earned.
2? No, by like a lot. Oh, hard. Oh, wait, no, hard successes. Never mind.
Oh yeah, it's half. Yeah.
I'm a silly guy. I forget how to call it roll 20 words.
These large clusters you're able to enhance, triangulate upon. You start to pay more attention.
Enhance.
Looking closer, these things aren't just obstructions or debris. These things are alive. What would typically be you'd consider flagella or whatever word you might have for the tools bacteria and things had to push themselves around. These are not like any you've ever seen in books or in practice, whatever it may be. They actually reach out, grab one of the red blood cells, pull it in, and out the other side shoot it back out, producing another version of itself. This one appearing to be a little bit more vibrant, we'll say. Almost improving upon itself. When it comes out, it appears to not have an indentation like the red blood cells, but instead has almost a hood, we'll say, similar to a mite, maybe, where it's one cylindrical type of being with a little mouth hole at the end. It's able to push itself around with these little tendrils, little things that then start to attack the white blood cells. I will ask for a sanity check real quick. Oh, and from the other two, I'll ask for a sanity check as well.
Sanity, sure thing.
I think
Mhm.
the statute of limitations have passed on that. Sorry, keep.
I don't believe so. The laws I've established refute what you had mentioned. So,
If I got
Oh
hard
man,
success anyway,
God
so
said we
suck
have to
my
do a
dick.
sanity check. Shit,
yeah,
that's a failure for John.
Price,
60 versus a 55.
Price, and Puppy
What?
are both taking 1.
One sanity. Okay.
Stop, Mike. I will kick you from the street. Yes, you're both taking 1 sanity. Puppy, or excuse me, John, backing up to seeing that thing, knowing it's not right. Nothing you've ever seen, whether it was existing before or after, it shouldn't exist. And that does register with you. It does take you back. Same, more so, for you, Puppy. This thing is, even at such a minuscule level, such a microscopic level, this thing is still violent. It is not just a virus. This is not just bacteria. This thing is alive.
Also, the realization that that virus, bacteria, whatever it is, has probably gotten into my own bloodstream now. I think that's a big sanity.
Skill issue.
That would be non-written, but in a very special circumstance.
The realization hits Puppy's mind, and he just stares wide-eyed at the microscope for the longest time, trying to figure out some sort of solution or what to do next.
Dr. Ava just finished strapping down the patient and comes over with a dirty rag, wiping off her hands. Well, find anything?
He shakes out of it. Still looking at the microscope, he says, "Yes."
Do you know what's going on?
Well, yes, but no. Look. Did the microscope. He motions to the microscope for her to look.
She's hesitant, but looks in. I'm sorry. I'm not actually a doctor. It's just a name they gave me. I mean, I can see the red.
It's there's something rotten. Could be bacterial. It seems more alive than a virus. It's transforming the blood cells.
That's what a virus does. It just uses viruses to make more of itself, so it can be cured.
Viruses tend to kill cells. They eat them and they use the nutrients to make more of a virus. But this is transforming those cells, making them different. I think that's what you described to me, right, Matt?
Yeah,
Is
that's yeah, that's not yeah. That's good. And you've taken the words. I mean, any words right out of her mouth is she's at a loss of any. There has to be something. We can start trying. Lynn here, she's gone anyway. So if we can, if I can gather what we have, if you have anything, we can test and we can see if it'll work. Anything.
First, we quarantine everything, everyone, including myself. We'll start testing for this. We'll start looking to try to see if anybody else is infected. We'll quarantine them. While that's getting figured out, I'll start making more cultures and running more tests to see what might work. Treatments, and then soon develop a rough vaccine from just one guy, and this thing is moving fast. This is now the most you've heard Puppy talk.
It is. It is. That got
Yep.
him. That got his attention.
Puppy.
She wipes her brow of grime and sweat with that rag, almost overwhelmed. Is there anything else you'd like to do in the moment, Puppy? We'll be jumping back. Well, actually, we can skip ahead. We can jump back to Chris and John, or all of you if you'd like to join them. It's all up to you.
I really want. I just want to make sure that she knows. She knows to like start quarantining and also testing for this thing.
Yeah, she certainly does. She doesn't quite know what it would take to quarantine. And she's also hesitant. If you'd like to address that, you can. But she spends more time pacing, it seems, than really making a move.
Hey, it appears to be traveling by liquid, by water. Start there. No one drink out of the same cup. No one drink from the same source. It doesn't seem to be airborne. But
She
we should
checks
be on the
the
safe side.
checks the door to make sure it's closed and listen. What you all saw coming in. Henry taking the measures he's taking. I can't have him doing to anyone else. I can't have him putting anyone else at gunpoint. And quarantining is putting a mark on everyone's back. Anyone who I may or may not know about. And telling them all that water's not an option, to restrict them from it, might cause concern.
If you don't do this, it won't matter in a week.
If we quarantine ourselves and work on it then, we can prevent anyone else having themselves shot. With this virus, we have a chance. With Henry's revolver, we do not.
He doesn't say anything and he goes back to the microscope to begin making more cultures.
Okay.
And starting just an experiment. He's setting up like a makeshift lab to run experiments to see what might work, what
Gotcha.
might impact or at least slow down this bacterial virus.
Heard. Is there anything you might have had in this quick case that you might have brought with you?
That I brought with me? No. So here's the bit with my character. He has a small backpack. Oh,
Yeah.
also, am I carrying around a little medical bag? I can't remember.
Whatever you might have had in that backpack. I don't believe you had a medical bag, but you did at the backpack.
I do remember. No, I do remember what my original thing was. Is he has like a small like black doctor's bag,
Mm,
and then like a drawstring backpack.
right.
The drawstring backpack is full of like canned foods, maybe bottles of water, maybe depending on how long he's been traveling. But like he's the worst looking prepper you've ever seen. That's the idea. And in the little medical bag, it's equivalent to a first aid kit.
Gotcha. So
It's really not a lot.
Band-Aids, perhaps some wipes if they're still available, bandage, and then cotton. Yeah,
Yeah, but according to
forceps, that sort of thing.
according to John and Chris, he's the best
Oh, yeah.
doctor.
Certainly would be around these parts. So with that, with those thoughts rummaging in your head on how best to solve this crossroads, Chris and John, you end this conversation.
Sure.
You turn around, It appears Cassie was a little bit more open, provided Dustin's leave. When you turn, he has left the space that was right behind you all. But outside of that, you are looking out this garage door. It is, as mentioned, 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and perhaps a little bit later, maybe pushing towards closer to sundown. What would
Can
you
I
all
grab
like to do?
2 cups from the cafeteria, and then I'd like to bid adieu to Cassie and go to the garage where she found Timothy.
Yeah, well,
And I'd like to kind of like nudge my homie John to come with me.
John definitely wants to understand more about Timothy. Timothy is freaking him out.
Gotcha. Well, you both step out, and I will ask for spot hidden checks when you do step out, if not natural world.
Spot
You
hidden
said
or
spot
natural
hidden or
world?
natual world?
Take one or the other, yes, sir.
All right, ready to see
Okay.
this natural crit?
I'm so ready.
3, 2, 1. Ooh,
Not a
success.
crit, but it is a normal success. With
Hard
a
success.
hard
Ooh.
success. All right.
I'm rolling way too well right now, so when we get into combat, John's gonna just die. It's gonna be awful.
All right. With the natural world success and the hard success of the spot hidden, it is quiet outside of the wind and the rusted metal that make up the fences, but you start to pay more attention. You look. You might see dried brambles blown across the ground. But when you pay attention, you can see bouncing from maybe from the garage roof to the fence, and maybe flying across the blue sky. Very quickly, you start to make out similar shapes to Timothy. You can identify them as insects. They are well, little bugs, just like you would before an awakening. I mean, it's not weird, but now that you're paying attention, you do see things like it.
But none of us would have ever seen or heard of a bug like Timothy before all the crap happened, right? Like
As far as you know, yeah, you've never seen anything like it, whether it be from grade school through college. Nothing.
anything. Okay.
Yeah.
I look at Christopher and I say, well, looks like Timothy's got a big family out there.
I want to go catch one of those motherfuckers and see what our little puppy dog knows. I ain't seen nothing like this before, but I know my man of science.
Well, I suppose I'll help you, but don't expect me to touch it.
Well, that's what these cups are for, my friend.
All right.
All
I guess
right.
we can go to try and get a big locust or whatever they are. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
That's interesting. Let's see what I'll ask for. It's gonna take some time.
Mhm.
So Puppy's figuring Puppy's thing out. You all are waiting around to find one of these. Time will pass. People go to and fro. They don't say anything. They remain covered from the sun and the elements. You hear clanging of what sounds like a wrench against metal in the garage across the way. Perhaps some curse words muttered through the wind. You see Henry going to and fro, helping people. He gives you glances with a stern face and goes back to perhaps moving supplies around, maybe giving a guard an order in terms of what to look out for, if it's anything different from what's usual. For you all, we've been doing a whole lot of natural world. I'm not going to ask for one of those. You've already identified them. And I won't ask for a spot hidden, obviously.
Okay.
I'm going to ask for...
Sanity check.
No, there's nothing that's crazy right now outside of the ordinary. These are gonna be the last rolls, and we're gonna cut to a break. So we're gonna see how we
Sure.
wrap this up. First, from the both of you, and one
Mhm.
success will cover a dexterity check.
Oh, shit. That's an
Boom.
extreme success for John. 12 versus
Alright.
65.
That one. Normal success.
But still good, though.
Extreme success is
Lot of
very
green.
good. I was
of
extreme.
green.
Honestly, might just succeed entirely. because the follow up was going to be, and we may do it just to see.
Spend 11 points of luck.
Uh,
Give me a 1.
may
I
the
spend 28 points of luck.
you sure
please.
can. The follow up roll, an extreme, like I said, will probably put you exactly where you want to be. But I was gonna follow up with a sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. Okay.
Yeah, and these two
That's
imbeciles,
not as good.
That's not
strangers,
good.
success.
doesn't matter. John
Damn.
is on it.
John's on it. Okay.
These two grown men in an apocalypse running around chasing bugs.
Okay.
John,
John's insane.
you both see the same one, and you
popping off.
both actually. Chris gives a nod. John runs, dives, boom, right on top of a thing that's very similar to what you saw on that table. You now
And he immediately
have it.
grabs it and like puts it into Christopher's cup because he doesn't want to touch it.
It's like the scene from the house, monster house, where you just
Yeah.
So you put it in the cup, and what do you do with it?
Dude,
Or-
Monster House was crazy for like how revolutionary it was, like technology wise when it came out. But like now you look at it like, God, that movie looks like ass. Like,
Yeah. Don't get sidetracked now. What do you do with the bug? What do you do with the bug?
Well, it's trapped between these two cups, right?
It's trapped in John's cup, so I guess you can take the other one.
I
You just
give
kinda-
that cup immediately to Christopher. I
Yeah.
don't want to
Okay.
touch that thing.
I want to like sandwich it between some cups, like not necessarily kill it, but like keep it in place.
Gotcha. And you're examining this. Before we cut to break, is there anything particular you'd like to do?
Let's go find Puppy Dog.
Yeah, it's fine, puppy.
He's in the medical tent. Let's go wander the medical tent.
Okay. So
Puppy dog,
you headed
boy.
to the.
come here, puppy dog.
Is
Oh,
the door
boy.
locked?
It would not be unless you intended to do so beforehand. I'll let that be up to you.
I would hope that I forgot. I should have mentioned this before, but I would hope that the door would be locked since we were quarantining ourselves in here.
Okay. That is a very good point. I can definitely agree to that. So you do approach, you turn the knob, and it does not turn, and it just jiggles.
Puppy dog, come here, boy. Puppy dog, where are you, boy?
Yeah.
He gets up and he goes over to the door. He doesn't unlock it, but sort of through the crack between the door and the door frame, says yes.
Hey, I miss you, buddy. How have you been? I haven't seen you all day. B, you know, John and I had some interesting conversations today. Yada yada yada. I know conversations aren't your forte. But we
His
found
head's
a
up against
weird.
the wall, just kind of resting.
We found a weird fucking bug out here, and you know, John and I are no man of sciences. But I was hoping that you'd be able to take a look at it for us. I'd like to lean and whisper. We think every single person in this town is infected right now. Also, may or may not be correlated, but one of them had a pet bug that scared me shitless. I caught one of them bugs. Well, John caught one of them bugs. I'm taking credit for it. I was hoping that you'd be able to do some dissection and to see what the fuck this is. And also, I miss you. I hope you had a good day, my friend.
Is it alive or dead?
Well, I caught it. Well, John caught it, but again, I caught it like a couple minutes ago and wandered over here. It's stuck in between some cups right now. I don't know how fragile they are, but they sure were alive a couple minutes ago.
Leave it on the ground, step away from the door, and don't drink the water.
Don't drink the water?
Don't drink anything.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Do you want to meet up later?
We'll see.
Okay. Shall I come back here later and just check in on you? Bring you some food? It must be lonely being in there all by yourself.
No,
Puppy, do you need a scratch?
no.
No. Okay.
I don't know, puppy to turn down a scratch.
First time
All
I've
right,
seen it.
Yeah, all right, my friend. Well,
The thoughts going through Puppy's mind right now is like he's probably gonna die, you know, and so he's trying to not worry his friends. If he doesn't find out a cure, he doesn't want to worry his friends right now. So it's best just to keep quiet. So
All right.
that's sort of what he's saying. That's what is going through his mind
Yeah.
when he's answering the short questions.
I hear you.
No, please leave.
All right, brother. Well, I'd like to quickly kind of disseminate kind of what happened between us and Cassie without going too into detail, but we met a random girl. She kind of gave us the DL on the history of the infection, showed us her infections and what it looked like, and then kind of the whole thing about the bug, the important stuff we talked about. I'd like to quickly disseminate that to him, and then, all right, buddy. Well, I guess the cup's here on the floor for you. We're gonna go do God knows what, and I'll check in later today, see how you're doing. I'll bring you a hot meal if you want.
No, thank you.
All right, brother. Well, whatever you're doing in there, I'm sure it's important. Let me know if there's anything we can do to help. I need an extra pair of hands, but you find anything useful that we could know while we go wander around town?
Lab equipment,
You need some?
anything.
What kind?
Vials, glassware, antiseptics.
All right, big doggy, we can do that for you. We'll go figure out something for you. Anything specific or just something sharp, some vials, some
Bunsen burners, hot plates, general lab equipment.
I don't know what the fuck a Bunsen burner is, but we'll figure it out. We'll find you some stuff.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we'll be back in a little bit. Let me know if you need, and yeah, talk to you soon, big dog.
Leave the bug at the door.
Yes, sir. All right, we're heading out now. You take care of yourself. And then we'll
he's gonna wait until he hears him walk away, and then open the door quickly, grab the top, and shut the door and lock it.
Yo, John, Puppy seemed weird, didn't he? I know he's not usually much of a talker, but
I mean,
turned down a scratch.
Long as I've known Puppy, he's always been a quiet fella, but I haven't seen him with this much energy or this much, anxiety the whole time I've known him. Granted, I've only known him a couple months like you have, but he seems a bit, he seems a bit bothered, I suppose.
Yeah, I think so too. Hope he's okay.
I do too.
I don't think us getting involved is gonna help him out right now. Let's go and find him the Bunsen burner and some vials and some whatever. There is a big supply chest, there's a big supply room right outside the cafeteria, right? Should we start there? Maybe the garage?
I think that's a good place to start.
Armory, the tool shed, I don't know where they'd keep a Bunsen burner if not at the lab where he already is, but
I think it'd be the Bunsen burner, but if it's not the lab, I'd say the armory would be the other place. Maybe they're using it to heat metal or something.
Yeah, I feel like the armory would be the place that could be hardest for us to get into.
Yeah.
All right, want to start there?
All right, let's start there.
Maybe let's go find our guard friend Dalton or whatever the fuck his name was, and see if he can give us access now that we're on the same team.
Dalton's a good name. I like that. You
right.
both step away from the door. A hand quickly grabs that bug after it unlocks and then locks the door back. You both had that conversation, turn away, look towards the supply room that's to your right, and look towards the open garage door as we get later into the evening, as it gets a little bit later there.
Oh, that's right. We are in the supply room effectively. Can we just check there first, actually?
Of course, yeah. So right before we close, looking for lab equipment, you are correct, just as players and as characters. No one's exactly wasting the space with Bunsen burners and experimental stuff. I will ask for luck rolls from you both. To get exactly, or honestly even close, it's going to need to be an extreme or higher.
I got a normal success.
Okay, that's as close to an extreme, but not.
I got an extreme.
I'll be a son of a bitch, John.
This man's hacking. He has to be hacking.
On break,
Not
we're
hacking.
gonna replace Price with another
Dude,
player.
I'm gonna die first round of combat because of this shit. Like I'm about to be just pummeled.
I said it. I'm not going back on that. So getting in there, sure.
A whole
fucking
shelf of
enough.
Bunsen burners.
It is there's a scientist actually on the top shelf. He's just in the fetal position waiting for someone to come by. No, you do get in there. Okay, it's not just a whole shelf, but you do get in, and very similar to the microscope, you see lab equipment shoved in the back right corner of this room, hidden by supplies. But you're able to spot the top of an Elemeyer elemental P flask, and next to it a little burner with a small, tiny little propane burner that perhaps you can make work in place of whatever might be used typically in labs. So you do find Erlenmeyer flask as well as a burner, which I'd imagine you both take to the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, puppy dog. Little puppy dog. We brought your treats. Look what we found you.
God.
He just says, leave it by the door.
All right, brother. We're gonna go keep exploring. Anything else? We got you some nice little glassware. Got yourself a little burner. Need any like knives or sharp shit or not sharp shit or?
You don't hear a response.
You want a friend?
No response.
You in there with anybody, buddy?
Talk if you're not dead. He's fine.
You don't.
Well,
feel, you,
fine.
don't you don't sense anyone next to the door.
All right. Well, I hope she's cute, brother. We're gonna go.
Oh boy. You also found a little choker with the metal spikes like a guard dog in that room if you want to. I'm kidding. So you both pass
Right.
that along, and we can, of course, address that after this break. It is
Nice.
8:42. I would like to keep it as short as possible, 5 to 7 minutes at max. So get your beverages, get your drinks. Same. We will be right back to wrap up hopeful Clouded Desert here, which should have been a one shot and it's turned into two. Stick around for
Let's
a little
make
bit
it
more.
three.
Let's do it.
All right, we'll come back. We got just the end of that. All right, we're back. Now, Mike had a couple things for Price as characters.
Yeah,
There's
shit. I want to guess my chest.
There's
wait,
some-
yeah, the game.
There's some avenue.
Whoa.
guys, whoa.
I'm tired of pretending, y'all. I'm tired of it.
Every time, Price. All right. So, you guys want to discuss some options? What I'm gonna be speeding up some time if need be.
Let's do it.
But in the meantime, there's some things that y'all want to knock out. So I can definitely chime in if you want me to. I'm going to use
Sure.
intelligence rolls as
Sure.
kind of a
Yeah.
clue roll. Puppy is going to need one. So if you want to roll that now or later, feel free to be my guest. In the meantime, take it away, Mike. You and Price have that discussion as players.
In terms of things we have not explored,
Yep.
that I think might be interesting.
Okay.
The truck garage,
Mhm.
because well, I guess in two veins, the water supply, trying to go on the expeditions with them,
Mhm.
and also trying to see like if we follow the pipes where the water comes from. I think may
That
be
makes sense.
interesting. And in
Yeah.
the same vein, the truck garage, because the truck is the one that takes them places.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
On the
I think that is the
other
biggest location we haven't been to yet, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so
Yeah.
too. I think that may need to happen. But in terms of like, that's the outside the wall stuff. In terms of like the inside the wall stuff, the things that looked interesting to me were all in the town hall room of Henry's office, seeing if he has any shady shit stuck in there. Going to the armory to see if they have anything interesting in there. Not that I think that they will in the armory in particular, but more just like it's the armory. And also the jail, because they put the dude that almost got executed in there. We haven't talked to him since.
Ooh.
And I don't know if he'd know anything, but I think it'd be
kinda-
interesting to
well,
look
'cause
at his
the guy
infection to
who's
see if it matches
sick-
Catsie's.
the guy who's sick is the one who Cassie was romantically involved with, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like that's our best lead.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to talk to him about like where he's infected, what his infection looks like, and we'll be in the same building as Henry's office in the armory. So like, if we
Yeah,
want to try and like,
I
I think maybe we can
that's-
group it into two, like
I think
really
that's the
quickly knock
quickest.
out the.
I think
Yeah.
yeah, I like that. I think talking to the
Yeah, so
the
let's
sick guy.
go to the town hall building, try and like talk to the dude in the jail, and then if we feel it necessary, go check out the armory and Henry's office.
Yeah.
And then after that, we can try and scope out the water supply or kind of like go on one of the expeditions with the folks.
Cool, love it.
And in that vein, we'll be getting in the truck, which is then in the garage, so we can do a little snooping there too.
Love
Cool. Is there anything else that you think that we haven't looked at, or anything else you've been curious about?
Off the top of my head, not really. I mean, I'm still a bit curious with what's going on with Puppy and the doctor, but that's kind of his thing going on. Sort of. I don't know. I'm curious about the sheriff himself still.
I
feel
am
like we
too.
don't
That's
know
why
a
I thought
whole
his
lot about
office
the
might be
sheriff.
interesting.
I feel like I just don't know a whole lot about the sheriff, but I think maybe
Yeah.
we go from the sick guy to the sheriff, kind of.
Yeah, I'm hoping not to talk to the sheriff necessarily, but
Until
I
we
think
know
going
a
in his
lot, yeah.
office may like uncover some stuff about
Right.
him.
Right.
Because all we know is he's kind of like running this thing like a dictatorship, and we've kind of
Mhm.
seen that firsthand. So I wonder if there's anything in his office I may be able to uncover, like why, or like what his motivations are, kind of like what he's been through.
Mhm.
It feels like he's gonna be a guy that we're gonna have to like come into conflict with later. So I'm just like would like some firepower.
Right.
But okay, sick. Let's do it.
Sure, let's do it.
Let me sit up in my chair.
Put on the big boy pants. The investigator
big
pants.
pants.
All right, we're actually Puppy. Go ahead and lead with that intelligence roll for a clue.
Oop.
Come on, success. Let's see, success.
Success.
All right.
Hard success. Shit.
Fuck off, John.
I know.
Hard success, extreme success. All right, Puppy. Yeah,
Failure.
you got to balance. Someone's got to balance it out. So
Can I spend 66 points of luck, please?
yeah, go for it. Yeah. Puppy. What's your, and we acknowledged this prior during the break as players, but also, of course, worth acknowledging as Puppy would do as well. What you have identified both on the inside, meaning quarantine, and on the outside, everyone appears to be, from what you've heard from your friends and what you've discovered on your end, the infection appears to be everywhere. Ultimately, what that would lead to, despite whatever equipment you may have, you still have this new bug to check out, which I will ask for a sanity check. And I'll go ahead and let you know that if you were to fail, it'd be 1 point of sanity loss, seeing this thing, and 0 if you succeed in that sanity check. What I will say, though, maybe, I don't know if you'd consider it under the scientific method, or doctorate method, whatever method you'd want to put it under. Sitting around in quarantine in this lab, you're only working with so much, and you're not going to find a solution or vaccine here. You can only hope that something outside that door will give you the resources, knowledge, or at the very best, material that you would need to solve this. And I'll leave you with that thought. But John and Christopher, you are headed in a direction. Puppy, feel free to cut off if you'd like to join them, if you'd like to find them, or if you'd like to go off and do your own thing at all. I don't mind interruption. So, Chris and John.
Okay.
Trevor, your mouth is open.
Well, okay. So I will take the bug and I will put it in one of the flasks that was given to me earlier.
Okay. Done.
And I will roll for sanity for you.
Thank you. All
Extreme
right.
success.
Don't worry about
That's
it.
insane as fuck.
Yeah, no problem.
And I'll put it in the flask and I'll, of cork it or put cloth in it or keep it from escaping somehow.
Yeah, no, you're good. It's in there.
Uh,
It didn't
I'll
put up a
examine
fight of any kind. It just kind of slumped in. Yeah.
I'll examine it closely, place it on the desk. And then I will very quietly say, everyone's infected. I'm going out.
But what about quarantine?
I don't think there's a point.
Guess not. Okay.
I'll be back. And then I'll get up and I'll head out the door. After the realization that everyone is infected, which makes sense if it's caused by like water, if it travels through water, there's only been one drinking source. Including my friends who have been here for a while. I'm pretty sure that they're infected too.
Okay.
So yes, I will step out and I'll try to look for some alternative.
Understood. Would you like to join your friends, or are you off on your own?
You know what? Let's spot hidden it. If I see them,
Okay. Guess not.
failure.
All right. They are not spotted at the current time, even though it's a smaller place. The sun's going down a little bit, and you're not too interested in finding them, so you're off on your own.
Yeah, I'm gonna start at the water source and then try to figure out where it's coming from.
Yeah, let's well, it's not hard to discover where it's coming from. The pipe juts, boom, straight line north. It is above ground, and it comes down into that valve where you can extract. You can see where there was recent stuff happening, probably from where Chris and John were doing their work. And if you'd like to examine that, you certainly could.
How much daylight do I have left?
You'd reckon maybe an hour or two.
I'll travel north to the pipeline for 30 minutes to see how far I can get. And try to be back before sundown.
Okay. Looking ahead, maybe looking out the gate, or if you want to like get up on where the guards would stand, they wouldn't really take any offense to it. It is flat for a good minute. You do see mountains and mesas in the distance, way out. It's gonna be a long haul. I will tell you this, without a roll, 30 minutes, you're still gonna be walking. If you'd like to do just that, you certainly could. But it would take you longer than 30 minutes to find an end point.
Maybe probably just take samples of the water instead.
Okay.
And look at those under the microscope to see if I can find any of the bacteria.
Gotcha. I'll save you some trouble if you want to give me, I believe what I was asking for before was a natural world. And if not that, then, oh yeah, that's what it ended up being. Gotcha. So again, you're just seeing that grime there, and you're able to take that back. But in the consideration of moving right along, Christopher and John, while that's happening, what are you, where's the first destination you're both in?
We're headed to jail.
Okay.
To remind me of the guy's name that we saved from getting killed?
Joseph.
Johnny? Joseph.
Walking
All right,
back
yeah.
in, Joseph has
sorry, before we just teleport into the jail. Are we
You were walking? No.
sorry, that came out snarky than I wanted it to.
I'm kidding.
Since we're gonna be in the same building as Henry's office, can I like hear him there? Like, can I tell if Henry's in that building with us?
He's moving around right now.
Alright.
He might be walking out as you're all walking towards it. He gives you nods, stops to see if you have anything to say, maybe. If you're maybe give a shake of the head or something, he'll keep moving on. He appears to be back and forth. If you would like to wait until he's out, you certainly can.
Yeah, I'd like to wait for him to be out, but
Okay.
like just kind of chilling.
Yeah, he steps out. Was working on something. At this point, he'd probably head probably towards that garage. He ducks his head under a half-closed garage door. And you can hear someone shouting louder than they probably need to be. And you're now approaching this main building here.
Sick. Cool. Yeah, let's go to the jail and talk to Johnny.
Gotcha. A few things. And one thing that the map doesn't exactly point out like I wish it would. You see bunks over on the bottom left if you're looking at the map. So the far right if you're approaching through that garage door. It's my map. I understand. I gotta change it. But there are cots along that wall. There is the little alcove office that is an industrial building there. That's his office. And the jail has Joseph. Joseph has changed. Joseph is he's certainly feeling it. And I'm gonna show you what I mean. I'll show you an all in roll 20. It appears time certainly hasn't helped him. Now, ignore the backdrop, and it might not be identical to how Joseph appears, but the effects are similar. He is he's undergoing something. He's not active. He's awake, conscious, but more or less whimpering in a fetal position against the back wall. You do see divots of where skin has been removed.
The same area, right, on the left side of by the shoulder.
Yeah, just about across both shoulders. Yeah, across the chest, up onto his face there.
Jesus Christ. Hey, man, you remember us?
He looks in your direction, not at you. And it doesn't take a long while to deem that he can't see you. I'm okay.
Do you recognize my voice by chance?
Sure.
Do you recognize who you are?
Joseph.
So would
You
you
can't
say
s-
that you mentally you're the same, you're just physically sick?
Maybe so. I am her child after all. Sure.
How do you feel?
Strong.
Strong, huh?
Can you see much of anything right now?
Oh, I see everything I need to in my heart.
Yeah, your heart. But what about your eyes there, brother?
He comes out of the fetal position and scurries over on all fours
Ugh.
quickly in your direction. I can see you. You're supposed to be like me.
Please elaborate.
You're not right.
I'm not right.
You haven't accepted her.
See, friend, you keep saying these things and pausing like I'm supposed to know what you mean. I'd really appreciate it if you could maybe
Have you
form a
met-
coherent thought for my friend and I.
Have you met Timothy?
No.
Do you know about Timothy? You know, the bug that Cassie keeps around the Cassie. Excuse me, the being that Cassie keeps with her. What can you tell me about
It's
it?
like a fucking bug to me.
Timothy's a friend.
A friend. When you say a friend, do you mean he can communicate with you, or just that you love him as like a person?
We can
would
all
love him?
communicate. I'm communicating with you. Not the way I would like, but the way that we have to for me to tell you that you're not right. You need
Yeah.
fixing.
By accepting
Fixing.
him, right?
Her.
Her. Hey, we all need some women in our life, am I right, brother? Let's see, when you say her, I'm thinking about I'm assuming that the her I'm thinking I need in my life is different than the her that's in your life. Would you mind explaining to me a little bit what your her looks like, and I don't know what she like to do for fun?
Give me a dex check, Chris.
No. Can I spend 3 points of luck to make that a success?
Sure.
Thank you.
No words were said. But very quickly, quicker than you could ever imagine from someone sick, his hand comes through the bar, grabbing after your ankle. You're able to step back just in time.
Oh, all right there, cowboy. Yeah. So about that question I just asked you, I know we're trying to get all handsy. You know, we talk about women and all that. I get you, brother. But you gonna be able to keep having this conversation like adults, or are we gonna keep grabbing these ankles? Who's this her you talking about? Yeah. You snarl and look real intimidating in that cage there, brother. But gotta say, not being very helpful in this conversation here.
What can you tell us about the man who died recently? Had the same thing going on that you do. What happened to him?
Didn't die. He was living. They took
Well, he was
away
living
from
till
him
he
the
was
only
dead.
thing he had.
Well, do you feel like you're about to go the same way, or you think you're different?
She'll make me new.
The she
He's
you
still
keep
here.
mentioning, like Christopher was talking about. Who is this she? You talking about Cassie?
You can give me a psychology check if you'd like.
Psychology, okay.
And you say
I have a
he's still-
1 in sorry, I have a 20 in psychology. Psychoanalysis, I have a 1. That's a hard success.
What
Jesus
the fuck,
Christ,
Bryce?
bro.
What the hell? Stop it! Just stop. All right.
I think if you spend 2, you get an extreme success.
I'm just gonna leave it.
I don't even
I
like
don't-
as a keeper. I don't mind.
Can I get 2 luck back to make it a normal success?
That would be a hard success. It'd still be a hard success. I don't even as a keeper. I don't mind, but as a person, what the fuck?
I don't know. I'm clicking the button. It's
All right, with the hard success with psychology, when you say Cassie, no, he's not referring to Cassie.
Okay.
With that though, with an A versus 20 especially, you did pick up on he's still here, referencing Marley, and you also, I mean, he's staring ahead, not at you, but through you. This her is not around. I mean, it's almost like he's talking about God.
Well, okay. Well, Johnny, let me ask you this. If we wanted to meet her, if we wanted to truly understand what you're understanding, how would we go about that?
Come here.
How can you make us like you? How can you make us better like you?
Come.
Yeah, don't go over there, John.
And I get close enough to the bars, but I still try to be without like away from like grabbing reach.
Okay, so out of grab and reach.
But like as close as I can without being in grabbing reach.
Okay, so you're staying an arm and a leg's length away. But you're looking at him, and he's looking at you as He does guide
Full
you
eye
over.
contact. I'm giving him full eye contact.
Dexterity check.
Oh shit. Okay. That's a regular success. 53 versus 65.
I'm gonna roll a competing,
Okay.
and I have to beat
A 53.
a. Well, it's not so much a competing. It has to be a hard success or higher, in its own form, and it has to beat. It has to be 30 or better, or
30
less.
better.
30 or less. That would make it a hard success. It's 60.
Okay.
30 or less. Okay. I'll put it in your favor. Typically I'd ask for dodge in this case, but dexterity
I
is...
can do a dodge roll. I'll do a dodge roll for you.
You've already succeeded.
Okay.
You're able to see it right before anything happens, but you see the throat gyrate, and you're able to step aside as he spits right past over your shoulder. That was meant for you, and it goes right past you.
Hey there,
Jesus.
cowboy. Let's stop with the spitting there, brother.
You want to meet
Did
her?
I-
Mink
Yeah.
crawls over, climbs up the bars. Then let me help.
You saying you
Well,
spitting on me is supposed to help?
He continues to stare.
Why can't you you can't tell me more about who this mysterious she is without spitting on me first? I mean, come on, think a little bit. Tell me what you know, and that might make me want to join you and this her.
She can see you, but you can't see her. You need my help. You need Timothy's help.
Who is she?
Hmm.
I don't know who she is.
is
Christopher, do you
Timothy-
know who she is?
Is Timothy the only one that can help us, or can any of those weird looking fucking bugs around here help us?
Hmm. And he looks at Christopher with almost a smirk, a knowing smirk, almost as if to say yes. But to answer your your question, John, I will have to ask for a power roll.
Crit one, crit one, crit one.
It's about damn time you fail one. So, Price.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're all good. I just want to make sure you heard me.
You need which? Is it a roll or is it just a
Yes, a power roll would be up at the top with the special
power?
stats.
Power. I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't.
Oh, you're all good, buddy. You're all good.
Power.
It's up by your decks and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of the main. Yeah, there it is. That's a failure. 59
Finally!
versus 50.
You could spend 4 though.
I'm going to not do that because I've rolled so well. I'm going to accept what happens.
Do not let past rolls affect your investigation.
Okay,
and
this
what
is
you
okay.
intend to fail.
Fine. It's only 4 luck. I'll spend 4 luck to get right to a 55.
Okay.
Fine. I'll be a good player.
Then we're gonna compete yet again.
Okay.
It is combat without loss of health points as of right now. All right. Okay. So in this case, we're looking for 25 or less.
Okay.
Well,
25.
okay, 25 or less is going to... It's going to be a hard success compared to your
Regular. Yep.
standard success. In the spirit of good graces, you can get those points back if you'd like.
Okay. Sure. I'll take
In the
them.
meantime, he continues to stare, and he begins to say, and then stops, and instead, she is our matriarch. She is our mother. She is what you need. He then sinks back, sits down, and backs up towards the wall.
Hey, brother, one last question for you. Remember, earlier this morning or yesterday or whenever the fuck we got here when we convinced big sheriff guy to save your life? Remember that? The whole gun on your head and shit? Out of curiosity, what would have happened if he pulled that trigger?
At this point, you just see he's casted in a shadow. At this point, with the sun going down and the just getting through the window, and you see those two bright, glazed over eyes. Ascension.
Ascension.
That appears to be the last word he's going to mutter. Around you, you have Henry's office, and you have these bunks. You also have the armory outside, behind the building, where the body would be. You also have this pipe extending north and that garage, which at this point, things appear to be wrapping up at the garage.
Henry's office.
Okay.
Here's my vote.
All right.
Price.
I think we've learned about all we can here.
Okay. He watches, and then if you get far enough away, his gaze goes back to staring straight ahead. In the fetal position in the back of the jail. You get to the door. You do know that no one came in while you're in that discussion, and no one's here now. The door is open in this case. If you would like to enter.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it both of you or just one?
I think both of us, right? Or
How big is the office? It's really small, right?
It's quite small. It's a small little like pitched desk, and then a cot in the back. Not a lot going on in here. Some of the windows are busted if they're not already fucked up from the dirt, and you can't see through them. Not a whole lot going on.
Yo, Price, what's your spot hidden?
My spot hidden is 60.
All right. If the office is that small, I may just like sit outside and kind of keep lookout while we're rummaging through homie's desk.
Okay, so you're sitting outside, Christopher?
Yeah, like not like immediately outside of the office, his office to draw suspicion, but like, you know what I'm
Right,
saying.
like probably out,
in
like
the-
towards the door.
I
or
I
something.
want to be able to intervene, but like if he walks in looking to go to his office, I want to be able to intervene in a way that John could still like escape
Okay.
without getting noticed. You feel?
Yeah, definitely. So you'd be
Alright,
like, in terms of layout, the doors,
Let me
not
put that
facing
back
the
up.
garage door. So you could definitely be like around the garage door, if not right outside.
Yeah, that's
Um,
perfect. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So okay, John, you're entering, and Christopher, you're sitting right outside, just keeping watch. To
All right.
determine how this is gonna go, John, I'm gonna ask for a luck roll. If actually, that's I'm gonna no. In place of that, I'm gonna ask for dexterity, not a luck. Excuse me.
So you want a dexterity roll. Okay. cool, cool.
Correct.
Extreme success.
Okay. You're very quick.
I'm sorry.
You're very quick at this office. That's very good, man. This is great. This is
John
good.
Ate his, John ate his Wheaties this morning. Like,
Yeah, man.
He's
Matt's like, look at all these really cool puzzles I added, guys. And Price is like, fuck your puzzles.
fuck your puzzles.
Fuck you. You're very quick, John. It takes no effort to get in there. I mean, there's not a lot going on in here to begin with. You immediately recognize that. Shoot straight to the desk. There's not a lot going on. It's not like there's a bunch of paperwork. Paperwork doesn't matter at this day and age. There's an old like whiskey bottle that's just about empty. There might be a pistol like in the top left drawer. Maybe a little semi-automatic 9mm. But you keep looking with that extreme success. in the same drawer, tiny little thing,
Mhm.
you see a little post-it note with numbers written on it, and the numbers are, and you can take the note if you'd like, or you can leave
Yeah,
it. It's up to you.
I'd like to notate them down in my notebook.
Okay, so you whip out that notebook real quick, and the numbers are.
I don't actually have a pencil, but I'll pretend.
Yeah, of course. And I had them right here. It's not like it. Not like it matters for anything. Oh boy. There it is. 71542.
Is there a safe in the office?
No.
Okay.
That is all you're
Seven.
finding with that extreme success. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you like to head out?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Armory?
You take a notate. You don't move anything. You close the drawer. You're out.
Yep.
Within so fast. Chris can't even get in position. It was so quick. And you're outside.
Jesus, bro. You even look? You even look around, man?
I looked, found a code. I don't know what it means.
A code.
71542. Is that right?
71542. All right. Well, I'll be damned.
71542.
All right. Well,
Frank, if I could be honest with you, Christopher, Armory just wants to get out of this damn place and just make our way west. There's nothing but trouble here.
me fucking too. We've been
There's the
walking
mystery
so-
of it, though.
We've been walking so goddamn long, brother.
I know.
We found a place that has people, has water, has food,
Yeah.
safety structure, guns.
It's true, but I mean,
There's something I want to
I-
fix the place.
I
don't wanna
feel
just
like the
fucking
longer we
leave.
stay here, the more likely it is that we become sickly and patched with green and go insane. We can't stay here too long, or we're going to lose whatever mind we have left. And I'm frankly, if I'm being honest with you, I don't know how much more I can give up.
I think if we keep fucking walking, I'm gonna lose what little mind I have left either way.
We're all fucked, aren't we?
Been fucked for a minute there, brother. I think all we can do now is give it one more day. See what we can find out. We'll be extra safe.
Why don't we
You know-
find Puppy then? Get us all together.
I would really like to see Puppy. Make sure he's okay.
We'll go check on Puppy.
While we're here, want to check the armory real quick?
Yeah, might as well.
All right.
That code that you found, you quickly realize that the lock is a code lock. It doesn't require a key, but a code instead, much like a bike lock. It matches up with the same amount of digits that you'd found in the office. There are some movers outside, though. It's clearly locked for a reason. It doesn't take much to realize that a stranger, especially this being day one, finding their way into this armory probably wouldn't be welcome. So it would take stealth checks on both your parts that would require 2 successes.
Have we seen someone go in and out of this armory before while we've been
No.
here?
You have not. And in lieu of the prior conversation, Puppy, give me a constitution check.
Failure.
Okay.
You know what? It's just 6 points.
Fuck it.
Do it.
It's just 6 points.
Gamer move.
Okay.
It's just 6 points. It's just 6 points.
It is.
Yeah.
You muster up the strength, even though you might feel a slight chill down your spine. You shake it off. You stand up straight. You breathe deep. And you ignore it, and you move on. It is an open table to all of you. We are positioned outside the armory, not suspiciously close, but near it. Puppy is wherever Puppy might be. And you all have the chance to let me know if you would intend to stop right now as players. This one shot becoming a 3-shot, if you'd like, or we can continue towards an end.
So Matt, do you think we could finish this off tonight? Because I'm down to finish it off tonight if you want.
If we don't finish off tonight, we're not gonna be able to finish off for a long fucking while.
I'd say let's do it.
Send it. All right.
Send it.
We'll move us right along then, and I'll do my best
Trevor?
to make sure that happens.
Trevor, you cool?
Yeah, I already finished my final. It's due tomorrow.
Nice.
If that's the case, then
If
I
we can wrap it
appreciate
up
you.
quick, but I'm down to wrap it up.
All right. I'll appreciate the sacrifice. Let's do it. So, the armory needs a code. There is still the body out back, if that is of any interest at all. There's still the truck garage, which is wrapped up since, and the sun is setting. It is just on the horizon, a little bit past halfway.
I want to
wanna
enter this
find-
code we found at the armory, 71542.
Okay.
Are
As
we
mentioned,
doing that with the people around?
Yeah, try. I'm not gonna like go and do it. Like I want to see if let it maybe darken a little bit, try to get in there secretly. But
Immediately, I want to go find Puppy.
yeah, we
Okay.
gotta find Puppy,
Puppy,
first.
where
Find
you
Puppy
at?
first, then
It's not a big place. Can we just wander around until we find him? Well, actually, we don't even know he left. So I guess go to the clinic.
It depends on where you're at, puppy.
Yeah, what did happen to me actually? Because I went to the water pipe to see if I could follow it to the source.
Yeah.
and
And you
Oh.
intended to, you're checking it out. There was a failed success. I mean, just examining. And you thought about taking that back to the microscope, which you can certainly have done that,
So I'm back at the clinic.
if that's what you intend to do, yeah.
Yeah, I'm back at the clinic and I'm about to step out of the clinic again.
Okay. You were back in the clinic checking out the samples from the water to find very similar things from what you discovered prior.
I gave up and I'm actually heading through the door.
Okay, so you're outside the clinic now, and Christopher, if you're wandering around,
Well, we head to the clinic 'cause we never knew that he'd be like. We thought he'd stay there for a
That's
while,
right.
so we're going to go straight back there.
yeah, so you all reconvene in this cafe, which is now vacant, more or less, aside from the cafe keep person.
Hey, John, you went to go check out that, or you wanted to go check out that body earlier, didn't you?
I looked, but there was nothing strange. Nothing strange was growing on it. Just fresh dirt.
You didn't dig it up though.
No, I didn't dig it up. I'd well shit, if I digged it up, we'd probably be chased out of here, if not killed.
Yeah. Maybe we hit pause until tonight. I want to go into that armory. I worry that there's a code, there's electronics and shit.
Well, I
worry that
found
if
a
we-
code in the sheriff's
Yeah.
notebook.
I know we get in, assuming that's the code for that. I worry about
Assuming.
it like being loud is my thing. Like we already know there's some like electronics and code shit in there. I worry that if we open that door, it's gonna alert Henry.
I think it's worth the risk. Maybe we wait till everybody's asleep.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe you can go check that out, and Pup and I can go check out that body. I think digging him up may be a good call. I want to go see if he looks like the motherfucker in the jail. But I think we may need to wait till night for that too. If we dig him up, leave the hole. I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do with the body afterwards, but
We'll make it work.
yeah, I think seeing what he looks like.
You and I both know we've done worse things than loot a dead body.
Yeah, that is true. This is a dead body of some of the best friends, or the only people we know that aren't us three, but I think it's something worthwhile. So maybe we Pup and I can go check that out if you want to go check the armory. Use a supersonic searching speeds like you did earlier in the office.
Well, I'm willing to do that if you take Puppy with you.
Yeah,
Wait
Pup and I
here.
needed some alone time anyways.
I know you're
Puppy's-
into him. You don't have to shy away.
Puppy's
Look
asking you
how
to
big
wait
and
here.
strong he is.
I'm just gonna wait here, and then Puppy's gonna get up, go back into the clinic, go talk to Dr. Ava and say, do you know the code to the armory safe?
I
Oh,
do.
uh,
I think we'll have a code. I'm not sure if it's to the
Not
armory.
you, not
no,
you
no,
guys.
this
I'm not
is-
talking to
this is
you
to,
guys.
Sorry, sorry.
Dr. Ava, she does not. I'll save the dialogue. She does not.
I fucked up. That's my bad.
Yeah. Who knows?
That'd just be Henry.
Thank you. I'll go back and sit down without saying a word.
Okay. If we'd like, we can certainly move it right along. What I'd ask for is, at minimum, 2 luck rolls. If all 3 of you would like to roll, I'm looking for.
Luck.
Hard success.
Well,
6 regular success.
that ought to do it. I was
Fuck
looking
you,
for a
Pete.
total of 3, and I was considering a hard 2. So, okay, yeah. You're both able to kind of, all 3 of you, if need be, are monitoring, and you do see it start to die down. The sun is set. It is darker. The moon is slowly coming up and over. It is a full moon, bright but not too bright, and it has certainly died down. So I will give you a bonus to your stealth checks, if you'd like to make a move on that armory.
I'd like to make a move in the armory.
Okay. Please do so. I'm gonna, whoever is engaging with this, be it all 3 of you or just 2 of you, it is gonna take stealth checks with bonuses.
Stealth check with bonuses. Okay.
I
I'll
think
keep a lookout.
John is the only person going to the armory.
Okay.
I think it's
Unless
just
we're
me.
doing.
I think it's
Yeah.
just me.
Pup and I are gonna go check out the body.
My
Okay.
stealth is shit, by the way.
Puppy was lookout and may consider checking out the.
No. Yeah, I'll go with. Sorry, I'll go with Chris.
Okay, so you're both going to do that. All right, so John, go ahead with that stealth, and then
Regular success.
well done, and go ahead and roll just to see as bonus. I don't think you can do any better. If you roll 0, it'll be a 2 versus 20, which is
Do you want? Is that a D100?
no, you just hit the bonus / penalty underneath the roll
Oh,
in
right,
the
I
roll 20
always forget
chat.
about
Yeah. No, me too. No worries.
Bonus.
Okay, no worries.
7.
12 versus 20 is plenty. Especially with the 20. You're able to punch in 71542 very quickly. The lock, sure enough, clink. Well done. It is now unlocked. You're able to unhinge it, and the door very silently creaks open. You walk inside, and inside you're seeing there's 4 of those 9mm pistols. What you saw on the right side, you'd reckon probably 12 or 13 rounds in them. On the left wall, there is a 12-gauge shotgun, an old 870 or something or other. You'd reckon with at least 12 rounds. The far back, however, is mounted almost proudly on a little wood shelf, is a chainsaw. So a shotgun on the left, chainsaw on the far back, and some pistols on the right.
So I'd like to. I need to see what weapons I have. I can't quite remember. Let me check.
While he's checking,
I have a revolver, so I don't have a 9mm. I'd like to take one of those 9mm pistols,
okay, yeah, but
and I'd
yeah.
like to empty the other 3 9mm pistols for the other 36 ammo they have.
Gotcha. So you take all of those magazines. So you have a total of 4 magazines, each with 13 rounds in it. So you're pretty set.
Okay, and then I'd also like to grab the shotgun and its ammo as well to maybe give to somebody else.
Gotcha. Well, you take that shotgun with the strap, go over the shoulder, and grab the box for a total of 12 rounds there.
What damage and stuff like that do I need to put in for my character sheet?
Of course.
Is that a D8 or D10, something like that?
Is my mistake. I have to have the documents pulled up. While I'm doing that, Chris and and I'll type them in chat. Chris and Puppy, you're going for the body?
Please.
Okay. We'll say you maybe have a shovel nearby. There's one close to it, whatever it may be. Do you intend to dig that up?
Yeah.
Okay. Despite it being night, you can still make out what is going on here. You start to feel the body. It's different texture from the dirt. It's not as dry. And you start to identify what it was exactly that Joseph was talking about. This body is almost unrecognizable. From your best estimates, you would deem that however long they may have waited, 'it kept changing. And as you continue to look at it, it shakes. Puppy will recognize almost similar motion from the clinic.
Get back. I say to Chris.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I listen. I move back.
Okay. That's all you do find here is just that, as it
But it's dead.
appears to be.
What the fuck do we do now, pup? Do we put it back? Cover it back up? I don't want to fucking touch it, do you?
You know what time it is, Matt? It's taking samples time.
All right, yeah, you're able to extract some blood there, and it does start to shiver as you're doing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little sample and then back away.
Okay, no problem.
Should I put it back in the dirt?
Yes.
All right. You want anything else off of this thing?
He starts walking away.
All right, bud. All right. I'm assuming it wasn't like 6 feet in the ground, was it? I guess it doesn't
No,
matter.
no, it was not. a
I'll
full
use
6
this
feet.
shovel to kind of like push it back into the, like you never took out of the hole. I'll start pushing that dirt back on top of it and see if I can get it as close to looking at like it did before. It's still fresh dirt on top, so I'm assuming that going from fresh dirt to fresh dirt won't be too big of a difference.
Right.
So yeah, I'll just try and like patch it up as nicely as I can, and then assuming that Pup's going back to the clinic, I'll go after I'm done putting the body back in the ground. I'm going to go to the armory and catch up with John.
Okay. You all reconvene. John can distribute if need be. And we'll go ahead and step on the gas a little bit, almost metaphorically. Just more or less, well, two things actually. No, we'll step on the gas a little bit. Puppy is considering the thought prior, walking 30 minutes north to see what is going down that direction. You might suggest this, perhaps shortly in a brief conversation. John and Christopher may take that idea and run with it, or all of you do so.
Hey, London.
Welcome back, London.
London,
What do you mean, welcome back? He's been watching this whole time.
Yeah, totally.
Florida
Yeah.
man,
Right, London?
Florida man.
You've been watching this whole
Florida
time.
man.
Right,
Whole
London?
time.
Florida man.
What I'm getting at is creating
Florida mighty
a
good, man.
lore-friendly reason that you all took off north. Now, it's up to you on how you'd like to do so. You can certainly sneak out of the gate, but you need to identify where this water source is coming from.
Can we utilize our relationship with Dalton or whoever the fuck that guard's name is?
Oh, he's
D-name?
gone. If you'd like to investigate the bunks, you certainly can. I'll tell you right now, it'll give you a little bit more. I'm more or less handing it to you now. If you're
Well, I was
curious.
thinking, so we already know he's on our team. If we could like have him drive us out there, it could save us a lot of time.
He's gone.
Gone.
You've looked. You were out there hunting bugs. You didn't see him. You were in the main building. You didn't see him. He wasn't up on the walls. Nowhere to be found.
Should we go to the bunks to look for him? I don't particularly. We just talked about how much we didn't want to fucking walk anymore.
John,
Bryce?
puppy.
Yep. I agree with Christopher.
You want to go check the bunks real quick?
Doing so, you see some of the guards are out about. You see a couple who are still asleep, probably heavy sleep. And you locate one that appears to have some knickknacks, just like the rest. And you identify one that is a little bit peculiar. I say that because there appears to be etchings that are done perhaps upon waking up. They're poorly drawn. They don't make a lot of sense. Given some journal entries that describe basic day-to-day survival, you see 2 drawings that don't line up with what
Mhm.
is going on. These are tucked away in this journal, seemingly unbothered by anyone else. And you deem them to be Dustin's.
We deem them to be Dustin's.
Well, do we want to go ask him about it, or we want to steer clear?
Well, if he's it seems like these bug motherfuckers are not on our team right now. So
It all comes back to these fucking bugs.
yeah, sure does. Do I find the keys anywhere? He was the one leading the expeditions, right?
No. You don't find the keys in here, no. You do
Alright.
look back over your shoulder in this dark city hall to see 2 glowing eyes watching you, but that's about it.
Those are from Homie in the Cage, though, right?
Correct. They're not beckoning you, but they're watching.
Yeah, that's creepy. I want to steer clear of him. Let's go. All right, let's check the garage real quick, brother.
Let's do it.
Getting
Can
in
we, like,
there,
look for the keys.
yeah, you don't have to look far. They're actually, well, right there on the dash.
Check.
This thing is going to be loud. It's not a Tesla. It's a very large, well, vehicle. And I can show this all to you. It's not the perfect representation, but it is a fairly large truck, something that would help haul a lot of people. I don't have it available for showing here, but you can get the idea. Mounted upon it, however, is a large light machine gun. Right on the back. of it.
I've given you the shotgun, by the way, Christopher. I gave
Okay,
him the
sick.
shotgun.
Yep.
And I kept the 9mm.
Uh,
Did you send in the chat what that would be? Was that
Yeah,
Discord?
I gave you the damages
a
there.
drive.
The 9mm I did not.
I have
Was
a
that
drive auto
okay.
of 30. What do y'all have?
Do what?
I have a drive auto of 30. What do you guys have?
Drive auto? Oh shit, it's bad. I don't think.
I will go ahead and beat you to it. You don't have to worry about that.
Okay,
it's
cool.
20.
Pup, you want to drive? I'll do the gunning, and John, you try and navigate.
All right.
All right, let's steal this fucking car, bros.
Okay. Just giving you the 9mm sets there. So, that engine roars to life. The garage door now fully open. People start to awaken. Henry himself runs out that garage door, watching what is happening. A couple guards turn on the fence there. I will ask for a drive auto for whoever's at the wheel for just one.
That'd
for
be
one time.
Chris.
You
Okay.
said it wouldn't matter.
Well, with that in mind, whoever would like to give me, I'll take all 3 of you if you'd like, since I
Can
did
I-
say it didn't matter.
For drive
push the
auto?
roll?
Okay.
Well,
You're asking for trouble.
I don't know if you want to push the roll. Listen, buddy.
Said it wouldn't matter.
And because of that,
Yes.
look at that. Can you stop worrying about it, Trevor? John's got you. John grabs the wheel as
I'm
shots.
almost mad. I almost don't want this much success. Like, I'm so worried now.
That's good. Well, it came in at the right time because you grabbed the wheel right when you need to, yanking it to the right as you rip out of this garage, cranking it towards that north gate. Shots ring out from behind you. You hear the crack of a revolver, and it bounces off the metal of the back of the truck, and you rip it north.
Okay.
Following that path, no one's going to pursue you at the speed at which you're going. They've clearly fixed this thing up. They were probably working on it, hence all the clanging and the cursing. Luckily, they finished before the day was out. You're gunning it. It is the night sky. The moon is up and well over you now. I imagine you're following the pipe, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You eventually arrive at the base of a mesa, plugged into the side of this mesa where the pipe leads into, without breaking a sweat, and this pipe specifically, without cutting off, goes into the side of this mesa. At the base is a short, small little entryway door. It appears to be some sort of industrial site, hence all the concrete surrounding it. There's a large metal door, submerged in all of this concrete, and a familiar face standing outside, now armed with the recognizable assault rifle. That appears to be Dustin.
Okay.
Now you all are arriving in this truck, mounted up. You're free to pursue this however you'd like.
Dustin, my friend, how can we help you?
Okay, so you do pull up.
Pull up, but I don't aim the gun at him. I show that I am armed, I guess, by kind of showing that I have it on my hip, but I'm not pointing a gun at him. I'm just pulling the car up and asking him, how can we help you?
I'm on the big gun on the back. Can I, like, again, not point it at him, but be ready?
Okay, you can be ready if you're not pointing it at him, okay? Well, he's still, he's not letting his guard down, but he does register what you say, John. You can turn around and go back.
Why would we do that?
That's where she needs you to be.
Now, I'm assuming this she is the she beyond. Am I right? The she who keeps talking to all y'all here.
She is our mother.
Right. Well,
I thought you
we did come from far away. She might not be our mother, Dustin. Maybe it's best if we get on out of here.
I think so.
Boys, what do you think?
I mean, it sure seems like our friend Dustin here is withholding some information from us. You know, generally when things are guarded, and I thought, Dustin, we were on the same team, you and I. And usually when friends hide things from other friends, it seems like you're maybe there's something you don't want us to see. And me, I don't appreciate friends hiding stuff from other friends. So I sure would like if you could step aside so we can go look at this water thing over here. Because I am fucking thirsty, I'll tell you what.
That's going to need an extreme success with charm if that's what you're trying to do.
All right, bet. Ready for this?
I sure am.
Suck my dick. Let's go.
Well done. All right. You're all witness to this. Before he butts up this rifle, that last word registers. And he drops it down, holds it in one hand while motioning with the other to step inside. No longer attempting to appear guarding or as a threat by any means.
You said it's like a cave thing we're stepping into?
Sort of. Yeah, it's a door that does plunge. Clearly anything past it would plunge into this mesa.
John, Pup, what do you think? We going in?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know if we have a choice. I mean, hell, I'd vote to just get out of here right now while we have this vehicle, but damn moral compass is keeping me from that.
Pup?
Puppy, what about you?
Puppy heads towards the door.
Okay.
Yeah,
As
no,
you're
I
doing
guess
That's
so,
the decision.
Puppy, give me a Constitution roll again.
Yes, sir.
Well done. Extreme success. 6 versus 60. Y'all are full of him tonight. All right. Yeah, Puppy walks in. Dustin doesn't stand in your way by any means. And you all approach the door here. you see a large valve, crank style door here, off to the side, which doesn't need anything. You can easily push it open there, as it does creak open. Inside, immediately you look past down a couple steps and you see a office almost like in disarray. You see a desk turned over, papers all over, a couple filing cabinets, down a few paces of a short hallway.
Okay. Shit, I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
Repeat
wait.
that,
We see
just
filing
just
cabinets.
hallway?
What's in the filing cabinets?
I mean, they're a far ways like down this short hallway. So if you'd like to proceed, I can tell you.
Oh, I will proceed.
Okay.
What else could we do other than proceed?
Turn around and fuck off.
Cool. Let's
Proceed.
proceed.
So I'm kidding. It is up to you, but yeah, I mean, this is the only direction forward. It is, like I said, implanted in this rock wall. And if you do so, Puppy is definitely doing so. Are you searching through all this? I guess
Give me-
you are, yeah.
Proceed.
Yeah, I'll take a library use from any and all people who are actively doing this.
Library use. Library.
Yeah, didn't expect that shit in the apocalypse, did you, motherfuckers?
Damn it! The library.
Finally.
Should have seen this coming.
Today we failed the most
My
important roll of
library
the night.
uses a 44.
Uh-oh.
Well, he only needs a 1.
I do only
Dude,
need one success.
You need one success. Okay. Okay.
price is
Okay.
gonna
You're
roll
out
okay,
of them,
okay.
dude. There's no
Roll
way.
on the roll.
Yeah,
No,
you're out of them.
He's
Failure.
out of 'em.
Okay.
Failure. 89
Oh,
versus
no.
44.
I had no
The
concern
start of
over
the
that one.
downfall.
Shouldn't have. You shouldn't have.
Start of the downfall.
Okay. What you do find with that is
That was
a
not how to read.
I forgot how to read. You do find a coffee stained and ripped document. A lot of it doesn't appear to be anything of significance. But this one, maybe it catches your eye, or it just whatever it may be. And if any of you would like to read it, you don't have to by any means. I will be showing it to everyone as well, though. So, any of you
Yeah.
who would like to take it.
I need to actually read it.
Well, you can read it out loud if you'd like. That's not
Operations Memorandum, June 12th, 20 something. North Texas Water Filtration Lab. Dr. Bromley Collins, Director of North American Operations.
Remember, Trevor, you can click on the image and it'll blow it up in Roll20. Yeah, man. Revolutionary.
In response to the previous suspension request placed by the staff and leadership of North Texas Water Filtration Lab, the board has denied the request and will withhold any further information until completion of the project. As a reminder, distribution from the privately owned facility has been approved by the board and consented to by any and all recipients in the surrounding area. Alterations or enhancements produced by the STML compound are welcome and expected. Further inquiries to Central Lab regarding the compound's formula are denied and recommended to be brought to Dr. David Marks, on-site lab coordinator. Examples of common inquiries. What is the primary constituent of the STML compound? What benefits does this project provide to surrounding businesses and civilians? What are the long-term goals of this project and the work we are doing? Residents Incorporated would like to thank you for your continued endeavors and will continue to supply any and all required resources.
Thank you. With that,
Did you read the subject line too?
Continuance in her grace. Subject, no Texas filtration. Something like that.
The in her grace was something called like
Oh.
With that in mind, looking around, you do see a couple of bathroom doors on the right, and to your immediate left is a couple of double metal doors as well. It is a very short office space.
Can I go piss real quick?
Definitely. All right, so Christopher runs into the bathroom. Give me a firearms roll for that cannon.
I don't think I have a bazooka stat.
I'll just take any firearms roll. Dude, nailed it. No double stream, no spray back. You fucking nailed it, dude. Well done.
Nice, powerful stream.
Yeah, it
These
doesn't.
are the jokes.
You can't
This
flush it.
is-
Yeah,
This is spot hidden. Welcome to spot hidden, everyone.
yeah. You get the perfect combination of like on the side, but also establishing dominance with what water is in this toilet. Yeah. Okay.
This is what we're about.
We're a professional group. With that in mind, the only way forward, it is very linear, unless you turn around and leave, is those double doors.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. John,
John.
puppy.
Hmm.
All right. You push those doors open, and it swings out into a large pumping station. It is this jungle of industry that you're seeing. The layout that I can give you, well, I'll give it to you here in a second, because when you do step down a few steps, you step down into about into water that's about halfway up your shin. You realize you're stepping into water that's covering this entire floor, unlike what the picture shows, because there is an active leak. It's been calmed down, but it is coming from the far right wall. Pipes going to and fro. 6 large tubes, 3 on either side, line the center. Looking to the far back, you see a large orb-like thing. Initially, it looks like foliage of some kind, but you then soon realize that this is similar to almost like an egg that pulsates, and it stands on a pedestal of flesh and bones and remains.
Hmm.
Between you and that egg are 3 figures. One stands taller, approximately 7'6". A palm is out, and in the center of that palm is an eyeball. Juts
Like
out.
the palm is in the eyeball's in the palm, or like there's like a floating eyeball.
Nope, it is in the palm,
Like
embedded in
Pan's
there.
Labyrinth type deal.
Exactly.
Cool.
Okay, like a
It juts out from this robe. Of a similar-esque individual. The eye in that palm watches you, almost as if it was watching you through the wall, and the 2 figures behind it appear average height, both armed as well, with two handguns there.
Do we recognize who has like the person who has the eyeball on their palm? Can I recognize who that is or anything like that?
Physically, no. There's nothing. I mean, you've never seen this person before.
Okay.
Who
It
has
is
the 2 behind him?
2 behind him. Could not say. And I did share a map, and I can share a map with everyone else as well. Just so you have a rough idea of what we're working with here. Yeah, so they are between you all, and upon entry, this figure cuts you off with some words. Sorry, gotta find them here. and almost calmly, a little bit too calm, with
This
the
guy's
red
cool
lights.
looking. It's
Yeah, man.
creepy.
With the red lights lighting this place up. It seems to be shut down, maybe an emergency shut off. It seems you all have found yourselves in a difficult position. Do not wake. And turns around just briefly. The little one. It grows strong in our care. And our mother will be here with us all soon. She seeks her offspring, her new king, to destroy his home, will unleash him upon us all. You wouldn't survive.
So there's 3 total figures, right? There's there's the egg, guy with the palm eye, and then 2 other people with guns, right?
Correct.
And what about the guards from outside? Like, Devin.
He did not follow you. No.
I feel like I called him a different name every time I referenced him.
Yeah, you have. I actually
Alright,
wrote
cool.
down Dalton. I like that.
Okay. I think John tries to get as much in the shadows as he can. He tries to blend in as much as possible. He's trying to not be just in the open.
Do you
Maybe kind of in the corner of the office window, kind of in the back.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and stand a step forward a little bit and talk to homie.
Okay. So you step forward and start talking. John steps back a little bit. Yeah, feel free to while there's some downtime, you can certainly investigate if you'd like further, if you'd like to pry into something. But in the meantime,
I like to investigate the area
okay,
if I
yeah,
can. See
Well,
what I see.
you know how to do it. I won't even tell you what to roll.
All right. Investigation.
Is it
Yeah.
spot hidden?
Spot hidden check.
Sure is.
That's a failure.
Fucking finally.
I
Okay.
told you what
Crisis.
happened when we actually
It's
did it.
out. He's done.
All
done.
right. Yeah. It's
All out.
you've exhausted your ability. So, I mean, you see the water. It's certainly like high enough. You could technically, I mean,
Mhm.
you could submerge yourself if need be.
Right.
And it would slow. It could potentially slow some things down, if need be. But yeah, other than that, you're just seeing pipes. You're seeing valves. You're seeing like big units in the middle of the
Hmm.
room. Chris, he is not saying anything, but he is just watching you. They're watching all of you.
You said we have a difficult situation, is what you called it?
I did.
You did. Do you know who we are by chance?
It doesn't matter.
Well, all right, that's fair. Do I know who you are?
You will.
I will. So, homie back there in the egg, that's the king you said?
He is.
He is. Sorry, I didn't realize I was in the presence of royalty. And the queen, the one that all the lunatics in the town's been talking nonstop about, including the creepy motherfucker with the glowing eyes, she's on her way here. I just want to make sure I'm getting all this correctly. It's a lot for my my feeble brain.
You have already lost. She sees further and knows more than you ever could possibly imagine.
Well, that's a low bar because for me, but I was just curious. You know, she said that the queen is coming here. Where is she coming from? If I'm dying soon, anyways, I might as well die with a brain full of knowledge. If you feel me.
And I suppose you will find out soon enough. And she is much closer than you think.
Yippee. So I guess I'm just confused of the whole what your role here is. If we're all you're dying too, correct? When Queenie comes?
I have facilitated the very environment at which her king grows strong, I will be spared. Give me a psychology check real quick.
Oof. Watch this. Damn.
I
Ooh.
mean,
Yeah, fuck it.
I would.
Fuck it. Fuck it.
Yeah, you gotta, even as keeper, I gotta say, you gotta spend those 3 luck points to make it a 10 versus 10.
Let's go.
If this was a campaign, I'd tell you to mark that down so you could improve that skill. So, when he says that, he looks down at a large medallion that is suspended from his neck. It's on a necklace. It's a very brief glimpse, nothing that typical conversation you wouldn't notice, but with you paying attention and spotting that with a successful psychology, I note that as he mentions, I will be spared.
Like, is he like gesturing to it when he said, "I'll be spared"?
Almost involuntarily. Like, he's not trying to make a point of it at all. It's almost like he wasn't even thinking about it when he did it.
How close are he and I?
You're about, I'd say about 15 to 20 paces.
Gotcha. What about your friends back there with the guns for some reason? Come on, guys, or whatever. Are they got they're getting spared too? And what about your homies upstairs? The ones guarding this place. I'm just wondering what I need to do here in this short time so I don't die. My friends, I'm sure they don't want to die either.
They are accepting of the sacrifices necessary as you should be.
This seems like a bad deal for a lot of us around here. What's in it for us? What's in it for y'all? All your friends are going to die for what?
To
We're only
live
back there in the
forever with her.
Don't get annoyed with me, homeboy. I'm just trying to figure this out just like you are. So y'all are going to live forever. All right.
Will become one. In a form that no longer needs food or water or love or care. To
Hey,
be
Keeper,
better.
while this is going on,
Yep.
while this is going on, can I explore that little office area?
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, if you're just kind of checking it out, glancing through that window, you're not seeing anything of significance. You see that this window is kind of double paned, double cheeked up on this Tuesday afternoon.
All right. Yep.
Nothing I could use to
Hella
bash
ass.
that egg?
Hell is. In this office space, no. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for, and you can let me know if you're looking for anything in particular, and I can reason whether or not it would exist. But
Fire extinguisher?
do it.
Fire extinguisher?
Ooh. Take a hard luck roll. It's not a bad call at all.
Hard success.
Yeah. You see in the back there, kind of crashed with the other file cabinets and desks and chairs, whatever might have been in this office. You do see the red of an old fire extinguisher, yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna go pick it up and then okay, I'll go ahead and ruin the surprise, but I'm gonna throw the fire extinguisher at the egg.
Okay. Are you doing that while
that's the
they're
goal.
conversing?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So, as Christopher, I guess as you might be getting a word out.
Keep going. I'm sorry, keep going.
Okay.
Keep talking. It's fun.
Well,
talking?
all right. Last thing that I believe was mentioned was that you will ascend to a higher level of existing. You will become one with her.
Gotcha. So me and my friends stroll up here, interrupt your little party. Yeah, y'all have been nothing but welcoming. I'm just wondering, like, what happens now? Are we waiting? Are we just kind of chilling here, waiting for for your dad, I guess, your king to come through, kind of fuck some shit up and kill us all? What are we doing between now and then? Are we gonna fight? Am I just gonna chill back there? Just tell me how this is gonna play out, my friend, because true, as much as I love chatting with you, I feel like you're not a great conversationalist.
You're smarter than you look. Time
Yeah,
is
that's a
all
low
we
fucking
need.
bar, my friend.
Time is all we need. You will survive in a way that you might not intend, but that you need. Give him time, and give her time, and she will make all right.
Great. So, a bunch of strangers showed up here, and you just want to convert us to your little cult thingy? I guess I
Conversion.
thought you'd be more mad is my thing. Like you've been too welcoming, and I'm just kind of wondering what the deal is.
Conversion is not necessary. And we are all children under her. There is no need to be mad and no need to be confused.
So should we go?
You're free to do so.
Should we stay?
You
You
are
got
free
I'll
to
be
do
honest,
so.
snacks?
I'm in favor of getting the fuck out of here.
Do you have any snacks? 'Cause I tell you what, I haven't had a lick of water in far too long.
And he motions towards the ground that you are standing on.
Oh, I don't drink off the ground, my friend, but I appreciate it. All right. Well, by the way, what's that little fucking thing on your hand you had out earlier? Forgot to mention that.
Can I make my way closer while Chris is being a distraction?
It depends on how close you're trying to get. If you're really trying to close the distance, I'll ask for a stealth roll.
Let's say I
I'm
want to get
trying just
close
to
enough.
stall right now.
Yeah.
Let's say I want to get close enough to where I don't want to roll a throw. I would rather roll a brawl.
That's gonna take stealth success. Because
Okay.
at that point you're gonna put 3 people on guard, trying to close the distance with this dude seeing through walls. So, it's gonna be hard to do.
Hold on. Is there a hold on?
Because a brawl would argue. I mean, not even argue. It would have to be touch distance.
Yeah. Okay. I was trying to see if there was an alternative to stealth that I could argue, but I don't think there's anything better that I've got. So I'll roll stealth. Wish me luck. No, I can sacrifice some luck points.
It wasn't a critical failure. 98 versus 30. It's not a critical. But immediately both
Why don't you just roll better, Trevor? God.
the 2
You're
people
right.
behind this guy and him himself all snap to you, their heads, and their guns immediately go up as you get that one step too close.
Does eyeball guy have a gun too?
No.
Whoa, friends. Whoa, he's just checking some shit out. Guys, what happened? I'm not gonna be mad. What happened to we're all homies? We're all brothers and sisters, what have you.
You can't stop what is intended to take place.
I think he's just looking around, my friend.
With a
Calm
fire
down.
extinguisher?
He's gonna what? He's gonna set the. There's no fucking fires over there, brother.
Exactly.
Come on, brother. So if you say we can't stop it, it's this magical thing that's gonna happen no matter what happens in the cosmos. You think a fire extinguisher is gonna don't stop being a dick to my friend, please.
It wouldn't be charm at this point. It would have to be persuade.
Persuasion, yeah.
And it would. I mean, you're trying to persuade 3 people.
That's why I'm really persuasive.
It's gonna have to be hard. Yeah.
How about extreme?
I'll take extreme.
How about I sacrifice 2 luck points to get a dirty crit?
Yeah, man, it's an option.
Wait. If he gets critical, can I? Does that mean that I get to go to the egg?
I'll tell you what. It depends on how Mike discusses this. So
I want to make it known that John, throughout all this, has just been like basically trying to like blend in with the wall.
just
he's
like
he's-
Frank and Emperor's
he's
New
like-
Groove. Whoa.
basically John is John is
Well, John,
so freaked
I'll-
out by all this because he's seen weird shit before. He's like, this is weird shit. I don't want to be involved in this weird shit.
I'll tell you this, John. Give me another spot hidden. I'll ask you
John,
this
give
of
you
you
a spot hidden. I can do that.
while you're getting stealthy.
That's
fuck.
a failure. 90 versus 60.
Okay, never mind. But you can
It's
give a
happening.
stealth roll.
A stealth roll. Okay.
The spot hidden was for something else entirely, so this will be 2 separate things. No
Stealth
worries.
is also a failure.
He's-
66
he's
versus
dead.
20. I
He's
told
so
you
done.
this is
It's
exactly what I
over for
said.
John. Go ahead and give me a death saves real quick, because you are dead.
Oh no.
Wait, actually,
No, of course not. No. Okay, so Puppy is getting close now. Mike, you did roll an extreme, and it's up to you if you want to spend the 2 to make it a
I
crit.
already did.
Okay, you made it a crit success. But I don't just want to hand this to you because I want to see where your train of thought is at for research purposes.
Understand.
You see their shoulders drop a little bit with what you're saying. However, I do want to hear the argument, and I'll take us off from where we left off, which
Yeah.
he has no need for a
Look,
fire
my
extinguisher.
friend. Look, let's just be realistic here. You said there's some magical queen that's coming here. There's the king and the egg. No one can stop it. We're all gonna die. Bullshit, yada yada. I hear you. My question is, you don't really think my dumbass friend and a single fire extinguisher that we found here is gonna fuck up your whole plan? Do you actually? Please tell me no, that this whole fucking thing can't be ended by a goddamn fire extinguisher.
What does he want?
I don't know. Just go look around. If you see a fucking egg and you with the thing on your hand, I want to look around too. If we're all brothers and sisters, we'll at least be a good host and show us around. Look, I'm interested in living forever. I'm not interested in trying to die whenever the fucking queen gets here. I'm sure my friend is the same. I think he just want to look at the fucking egg, bro. And forgive him for having the fire extinguisher. You can understand that we are on edge. Now look, we're on your team. Like you said, we are brothers and we are sisters. I am just as interested to see the fucking queen come here as anything. There's a reason we drove our asses out here. We've seen what happened at the town back there with the whole whatever. Look, we just want to know what's going on. We're not trying to fuck some shit up. If you're able, show us around, maybe. I'm curious to see what the egg looks like. I'm curious to see what the queen, what she's going to do when she comes here. Help us help you. Help you help us. But again, a fucking fire extinguisher ain't gonna. Don't be mad at him. Don't fucking pull your guns at him. God damn.
Time is close now, so if you would wish to bask in his glory, and his hand
Can he-
extends out a little bit.
Can he talk? Or is he just chilling in there?
Almost like a dumbfounded look towards you.
What, bro? This is my first time seeing a king and an egg. God damn. Don't give. What you out here pretending like I know shit?
The king and egg.
Puppy, you are clear to view His Majesty in all his glory.
By the way, this is my friend, Pup Dog, you can call him. My name is Chris.
Now, this
I
should
would love to know y'all's name.
actually, I'm not going to say anything more. However you all would like to go about it, and whatever results will result. So please, Puppy, take it away with whatever you intend to do.
Can we not know their names first? I'm really curious, actually.
They wouldn't answer to that. Oh, actually, who are you asking?
Well, I was asking fucking Handeck. I said, this is Pup. I'm Chris. Bullshit, yada, yada. I'd like to know y'all's name. Just trying to make a small talk,
I
have a
understand.
conversation.
Yes. With
I
both
also
hands,
want to know the king's name, too, if he can, like, introduce us to the group.
both hands. Call me David. The king is without a name. That is something he will earn, and it will come in due time.
I think we should call him Raymond. You like Raymond there, Pup? I think it's a good king name. Yeah, I agree, Pup. He's a quiet one, you see there, David.
Pup, what's
all
your
right.
favorite color?
Is John here with us?
John's failing a stealth roll over in the corner. Yeah.
Yeah, John
Yeah.
is John. What happened was John was going to be stealthy, and then he just flat out tripped and hit his head on the wall. And he's like slowly like, getting up, like,
Oh.
that's John right at the moment.
Cool. Now I would introduce him too. Then I guess if we all know he's there.
Yeah. No, they do. Yeah.
But okay, cool. Yeah. Pleasantries aside, yeah, we can move this going. We can move it on.
Okay. Well, the ball's still in your court. They are waiting. Their guard was up with a crit success persuasion. They dropped their guard a bit. Whatever happens later, can't tell you. It's up to whatever you all think and however you'd like to proceed.
So, am I up next to the egg now?
You certainly could be if you'd intend to be.
And
Where's John?
Okay.
I want to stare in the inside of it. I want to examine it.
Give me a power roll.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh.
Oof. Okay. Immediately, you're overwhelmed with a surge of comfort. You feel almost an activation, a catalyst of something that already existed within you. You hear the chittering of insect wings in the background of your mind. They're not coming from anywhere, they're coming from within you. You hear a voice. It's not male, it's not masculine, it's not feminine. It is simply a voice, perhaps even your own, saying, "Come to me." And you feel pulled towards the very being within this. You start to see the power that it has. You start to acknowledge what it is capable of, and you can also reason that what David said is not incorrect. Whatever is encased in this goopy yet almost chitinous covered shell of an egg, looking in, you see movements of an insect wing, almost the size of you. You see a tendon and an arm flutter. You can deem that the power that's in here is magnificent. However, that catalyst that took off inside of you does strike you with a migraine when you hear that. And that is where it will end. Migraine doesn't do anything. It's for a little bit of flair.
Right. But I feel comfort and except for a little migraine. Basically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it would not be like. Now it would not be in character for me to like smash it.
I never said that.
We didn't have to. You said roll a power roll, and then you said, "Here's good things."
You never. No. I never said this was the savior or this is the best thing you've ever experienced. But you did experience the power within, as some SpongeBob characters
The power
would say.
within.
The power within.
You acknowledge what
within.
David had mentioned about its capability. And you saw the fluttering, you saw the movement happening inside. It is certainly not a goop that's inside there. Whatever's happening is happening.
I'm gonna touch it.
Okay. That's going to be another power roll.
Cool. Now my curiosity is that's extreme success. Save me, Jesus.
You're certainly not overwhelmed, but you are in awe. Nothing else activates within you, to put lightly, but you do feel the movement inside. It's a little bit more logical now. You can feel it kicking almost, something juddering around in there, and you do feel a surge of energy. Not heat, not cold, just something that you can feel. You feel your bones in your forearm, you feel the blood going through your vessels and your veins. Makes you aware of all this.
Mm. All right, what do y'all?
You good there, pup?
Metagaming.
Yeah,
Should I smash it?
and I will say Puppy also with that extreme success came too. I mean, that migraine faded, and yeah, I mean, you're in full control of your faculties.
Yeah.
I think our options are either to smash the egg or fight the dudes.
We could shoot
Well,
the egg.
We could shoot the egg. I feel like if we fight the egg, we're gonna have to fight the dudes anyways. So maybe we fight the dudes first, and then we can do the egg thing after. Because I feel like if we get a jump on them and kind of surprise them now that their guard's down, because we're homies again,
Mhm.
if we can like turn around and start, well, anyways, I started blasting.
so here's what's gonna happen. Puppy's gonna stare at the egg for several minutes, and then he's gonna look up and he's gonna make eye contact with Chris, and then he's gonna look over to John and make eye contact with John. In his eyes, you know what he's about to do as he takes the fire extinguisher, rears back, and rolls a brawl for a hard success.
Okay, clutch.
Hard success.
On the egg.
You have a damage bonus of 1d4. I will also give you an additional 1d4 on top of the brawl damage, which I believe to be... Give me one moment.
We are in between the egg and the cultist. Are we correct?
Vice versa. The cultists are in between you and the egg.
I'm about to get shot.
Wait, the cultists are between us and the egg, but we can still touch the egg.
No.
So we're
Uh,
like,
Puppy was the only one who got close enough for it.
oh, gotcha.
The
So,
cultists are between us.
so you are going to be rolling
Yes.
a...
I don't think he will get shot because they're not going to want to risk shooting the egg if it's going to be right behind you. If they miss a single bullet, it's going to hit the egg. You may be
I
fine.
feel like I'm more to the side of it. Somewhere. You
There's...
know?
Honestly, at this point, guys,
Yeah.
If there's anything you would like to know,
Send it.
Trevor, let me know now. Otherwise, I'll tell you what damage to roll.
Oh, okay. So what I'd like you to know is that I gave it my all, which is a hard success.
And I'm proud of you.
I am not standing at the 6 o'clock. I'm standing more at like the 3 or 4 o'clock
Right.
of the egg.
Right.
When I go to give a little smashy smash.
Okay. So you're going to be rolling, and it typically would be a 1d3, but I'm going to up that because of the hard success
E3.
to a 1d6. And I'm going to give this to you as well. 2d4s. So-
1d6
And two 2d4s.
1d6.
Well done.
9 total.
Okay.
You-
9 total damage as you bring this hunk of metal down, cracking the edge of the 3 or 4 o'clock range of this egg. It doesn't burst it open. It's not like the yolk spills out. Unfortunately, you weren't able to pierce the outer shell, but you certainly did rile it up. It starts to, whatever's inside here, starts to panic, starts to flail about. And as you might have already deemed, just as your friends did, not all 3, but 2 entities, David himself and the guard that was closest to you, do react. as you are preoccupied with that, and we'll see if combat is engaged, the first one fires that pistol at you. That being the quickest act of violence in your direction to prevent you from doing anything further. It is going to be that pistol that it has for a 1d10, provided he succeeds with the roll. So they do have to beat a 55, and they fail. That shot rings out, which I will notate. But it does
Oh,
miss
boy.
you. However, that is not the only one coming after you, as David immediately reacts. This is a large humanoid figure. Human, judging from the voice, you'd think, until you realize that it is 7'6". They do not have any weapons, and you start to realize why. They have to beat an 80. As they approach you, they were within a couple of paces, to begin a attack in your direction for a extreme success in this case.
Ooh.
That is going to call for, in this case, 2d6s of
Me?
brawl damage.
Oh,
I'm going to be rolling it now for you.
okay.
And so whatever, I don't believe you to have any armor, so whatever damage is rolled here is exactly what David, this cult enforcer, inflicts upon you with that extreme success. Which in this case would only be 5.
That's really good for 2d6.
A hand
That's
comes
really
down,
good.
cracks your jaw there, but does not kill you by any means. It does rock you back as you're all engaged in combat. So please, in your combat tab, hit the dexterity button in there. Don't bother with the dexterity roll, but do give me that, as you all are now engaged in this. However, something else is taking place.
65.
Okay, puppy at 50, and you had 65. Now the others, the way combat is going to be looking is, okay, David is going to be between Puppy and John, and the 2 followers are going to be last in this case. As you all are now, unless anyone is fleeing, you're all now engaged in this combat. A shot just rang out after the shell was attacked. So Chris, it is up to you on... Actually, you have a 60, correct?
Yes.
My apologies. In this case, John, you're up.
John is going to try and shoot the egg.
Okay. Give me the firearms with the
With his
revolver.
revolver.
Okay. I was
Okay,
going to take
so-
the firearms check for
Do
pistols.
you want to do a firearms check, or do you want to do the revolver?
So a revolver or pistol, anything like that, would typically fall under the firearms, pistol, or handgun skill.
Okay. There's 2 I have firearms skill 1 and firearms
No,
skill
the
2.
skills 1 and 2 are for anything extra. Pistols, handguns, 9mm, 45s are all going to fall
Oh,
under.
right. I
yeah.
apologize.
Yeah, you're all good, man. It's going to fall
You
under
better
a handgun.
apologize.
Okay, I'm gonna click on the revolver. That's a
Okay.
failure.
Gotcha. So that shot rings out, bouncing off one of the pipes up at the top there. Okay. Up next, Pup, you're at 50? Yeah. David is actually going to be next yet again if we were to follow the train of combat. Now that we're engaged. However, it did kick off prior with Pup and then David. So in this case, just because I'd prefer the flow of combat to make sense, Pup, you're up.
I would like to hit egg again.
Okay. It's going to be at a penalty because David is a large figure and is 100% preventing you from trying to do so.
I'm also a large figure.
Do
Why did
what?
puppy? Why did
Oh, that's
puppy go
true.
before me in the initiative?
So you're at. Oh, thank you, Chris. I thought you were at 50. Yeah. Hold that thought, puppy. Chris, go for it.
I want to shoot David
Okay.
with my
Tell
shotgun.
him, Chris.
I'm within 10 yards, right?
Yeah.
I
So
gave you that shotgun too.
You're within. Ooh, for the success. All right. And you cannot use luck on combat rolls. I know the thought passed your mind, but nonetheless, that is a very good amount of damage for 17. Let me calculate some shit on my end. Yeah. That fucked him up pretty good. He's not dead, but damn.
But damn.
Yeah.
He's not fucked up, but he's about fucked up.
Okay.
Damn near fucked up.
Damn near fucked up.
So. Okay, so those pellets sink into his back, just peppering him up nice, as he is pushed forward by that. Blood is spewing out all over the egg into the water below. They're up on a platform, I should note as well.
Yeah, where's your fucking queen now, bitch? Where's she come to save you?
With that in mind, thank you for the reminder, Chris. Well done. Up next will be Pup. Thank you for the patience there.
Whack.
Okay, you're going for the egg?
Yeah.
Okay. As mentioned, despite the damage taken, everything in their power is to prevent you from doing so. So again, it will be it'll need an extreme a hard success or higher with the brawl. In this case, I'm not going to roll penalty. All right. There you go. In this case, we're going to treat it as the success would be in combat. So, it is going to be 1d3 and 1d4. So you're going to roll a 1d6, half it, and then roll a 1d4. Yeah.
So 1d6.
So that'd be 1.
Hmm.
1 as well. For total of 2 damage against this, which you caused 9 prior. For 11 total. I should note that this thing is covered in this membrane that is, unfortunately, it's getting you closer, and you're very, very near cracking it. And at this point, I'll even mention, because with those shots ringing out like they have been, it's almost like you're helping something. So, the 2 followers are going to be next. One of them is going to take a shot at Jon. Okay. This one has to beat a 50. Okay. It's hard success, but that doesn't add anything to the damage. Would you like to try and dodge? Jon?
Okay, Jon. I feel like John's still gonna try and go for the egg, though.
Are you dodging the shot that was just fired
Yeah,
at you?
yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That'd be a dodge roll, so that would be get my damn thing to work. There we go. That's a hard success.
Okay. With their hard success, typically you would need an extreme or higher. You have to beat their level of success.
Okay. Well, how much luck would I need to spend to make
that
it
an extreme. It needs to
Yeah.
be, I think, like a third. I think, or
so like
I think.
a third was, so I need to spend like 2 to get down to 9,
Yeah,
basically.
I know
I'll expend-
with combat rolls, but this isn't combat rolls to dodge. So, in my argument, I'm doing that as keeper final say. So yeah, if you want to spend,
I'll spend 2 luck roll, make it down to 9.
okay. So spend those 2 luck. That's going to bring you down to an extreme, which will dodge that shot that was fired. The other one is going to fire at, it's going to be another 50. Going to be fired at Chris.
Mhm.
Spreading it out, and it is going to miss. No need for a dodge. Going to go back up to the top. Flow of combat. John, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, like I said earlier, that's what I thought we were at. John's gonna go for the egg again. Try to shoot it.
Okay. Go ahead for the handgun roll.
That's another failure.
Okay. The shot rings out as we've just started the next round. The egg splits from the side that Puppy is on across the top. There's a moment of silence as your ears ring from the shot with a ooh, you know, the sound. That dies down, and you hear following a and a mandible, a hand, almost, two appendages like tiny little swords, despite them being about the size of your fucking forearm, jut out from the top. The egg splits, comes down, and the two prongs plunge into the back of one of the followers standing right next to the egg there, ripping at the flesh, not killing him, but the screams that emanate from this man make him human once again. I'm going to roll for that damage as well. Fuck. Okay. Okay. So with 6 damage, those things sink into it. You don't see a face or anything like that, but that egg is now splitting open, attacking the first living thing nearby. We're going to be adding that to the roster of combat, as we were unable to destroy anything. And they're going to be at the top. Okay. But we're still following that train, so David is going to be next. The closest being to him, Puppy, is going to be yourself. Remember, you have dodge on the table. He's going to go for another brawl, as he has no weapons, and as before, does have to beat an 80. Okay. There's going to be another hard. Now, go for the dodge. I was gonna say, in the interest of storytelling, spend whatever luck you got, but I'm not. How much luck do you have?
350.
350? Shit.
No, not enough.
Okay. All right. In this case, it is going to be 1d6, and then a 1d3, so a 1d6 halved. I'm going to roll the first one. Fuck. That dice did max out. This one is halved at whatever it is. I'm going to put it in your favor for a total of 8. Where does that leave you, Puppy?
0. Right at 0.
Okay.
Puppy!
The same hand containing that eye in that palm knocks the thoughts loose from Puppy's mind with a right hook to the jaw. The left hand comes in. Before any of you can do anything or let a shot loose, an open hand plunges into the gut of Puppy, ripping past skin and flesh, and ripping out whatever it might grab onto, and dropping it. Puppy, is there anything you would like to say, perhaps?
The last thing that goes through Puppy's mind is the faces of his wife, his daughter, Uh, and where he got his nickname, cute little German Shepherd puppy. And that whole scene by a fireplace in a living room somewhere in Wisconsin, snowy outside.
Gonna break my heart, man. Puppy does fall, rolling off the couple of steps, floating gently and quietly in that water.
I thought this was supposed to be a no-kill shelter.
Oh boy.
Fuck.
Following with oh wow, he had that lined up. He had
I
that
did.
lined up.
I did.
No, that
did.
you died. All right, I like that, Trevor. I like
sorry.
that. You all witness this, but don't have time to react. The appendage is still latched into one of those followers, but the other one is still able to make a move. They're going to fire. Got to beat a 50 towards. Oh, they're going to fail no matter what. It's going to be towards Jon. Don't worry about dodging. The other one is not engaging with you, but they are firing with a penalty at the thing attacking it for 61. Missing yet again as they're flailing about, loss of the left arm, shooting that pistol backwards into this egg.
They're shooting at the thing they're trying to protect.
As mentioned, the scream that emanated from this guy humanized him, almost. Whatever belief they, he, she, them, or whatever pronoun they might have used, immediately they no longer cared about their following because of the sheer pain that just entered their body from the very thing that was supposed to bless them. Or at least that's what you'd reckon. Because they are firing at this being that is now ripping into him. And it goes right back up into that. At the top now of the cycle.
I didn't get a turn last time.
That's because I don't want you to have any, Chris.
Damn. All right, never mind.
That's the second time you've had to remind me. I'm almost
Chris
embarrassed.
gets
Please,
nothing.
please take it away as that shot rings off. I'm going to leave it as is. They failed, but you did something before that shot rang out. What are you doing?
I'd like to try and finish off David,
Do
watching him just kill my friend. Well, actually, it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah. We'll say puppy died, and then I'll shoot at him.
Okay. Oh, fuck me. I was going to... Holy shit. How? Please, take it away.
Full of
Chris
grief.
would have gone before.
Anyways, filled with grief of watching my friend die a
He pumps
premature,
that shotgun.
a premature death without having any other recourse.
The Doom
Just
guy
full of
music
rage.
starts playing.
I'd like to let go of my trigger hand and just grab it.
Yeah.
I'd like to
happening?
just point this gun at his head and pull the trigger and try and get some revenge for my fallen brother.
Those two eyes turn to meet the gaze of the end of that barrel right before poof, and that head disappears. They sink back, landing on the ground. The necklace around what was their neck falls off onto the concrete there.
Can I pick that up?
It's gonna need a dexterity check.
Damn.
Okay. Would you like to leave it as is?
What other options do I have?
Just luck points.
Nah.
Okay. The two of you, I would ask for, and of course they happen in the middle of combat,
Mhm.
sanity checks. Now they're gonna be. Go ahead and roll them.
Extreme success.
Hard success.
Well done. Okay, so in that case, you're only taking 4 total points
Only
of sanity.
4.
Damn. What the?
Okay.
Both of us?
Yes, and part of the reason being, you witness the egg fully open, the appendage rips out of that follower who's still alive, mind you.
Oh.
It stands up, bipedal almost. And it takes in the surrounding. The red lights shining down on its back, on its face. And you see the very thing that would drain that sanity. And you're very lucky to have those high successes. This thing gazes through you, but also... Sorry, I added that just on the Roll20 side.
Mhm.
It gazes through you because it knows everything that you are, or at least it feels that way. And looking at this massive bug, dread sits in your chest, in your stomach, in your head, in every body part that you own currently, depending on how it all unfolds. So, it is now at the top of the combat roster, and is going to engage with the first thing near it, which is going to be the cultist it already attacked. So give me a moment. It has to beat the 70 for an extreme success, which is going to double the damage. So whatever I roll is doubled for 8 damage, which it just did 6, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. That to us or to the other?
To the follower it's
Yeah.
fighting. He's still alive. If he took... Wait a minute. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, shit, my bad. For 8 plus 6, coming out to 15 total. An appendage comes down, splitting the head,
Ugh.
ripping this human in half.
Gross.
And it lets out a loud chirp. Very insect-like chirp. Something you'd hear on a lovely southern night.
Like cicada?
Exactly. And then looks at both of you, also acknowledging the other cultist right here next to it. You have some important moves to make, boys. There is one cult follower right next to this thing, and it is standing in front of you. If you'd like some insight, I'll ask for an intelligence. If you'd like to learn more, outside of what
Sure.
you might already be able to guess.
I'll do an intelligence roll.
Okay.
Success. 60 versus 75.
All right. David wasn't kidding. The gunshots that rang out didn't help. It sped up whatever process was happening, and the attempt to crack, and unfortunately not enough to break, did not help either. All of this seemed to piss off whatever was, this thing, unfortunately.
Mm.
And it fully came to fully realize its potential in this moment. It's going to be hard to take down. And that's something that, honestly, I could probably tell you despite successful intelligence.
I think John tries to grab Christopher
Okay.
and tries to make a run for it.
I want to grab
Back
the medallion off the ground if I can try again.
Okay.
Back to the car.
As it did just make a move, the other cultist is, I'm not going to say he's going to compete. He's more concerned at this point. So up next anyway, though, would be John and then Chris. So John, make your move first, and if you are both strategizing, feel free to do that however you'd like. You do have a moment here. It's not immediately going after you. And if you'd like, I will offer a spot hidden as well.
The
Okay.
medallion seemed to be keeping the David safe. I want to grab that, see if that can save our lives.
So
It's
is
on
that
the
a spot hidden
ground.
for Christopher? Is that it? Is that what you said?
It's
Well,
on,
I don't need a spot hidden. I know where it is, right?
yeah, Chris knows where it's at, and it's on the ground next to David's body.
That's my top priority of getting that medallion.
Okay.
I think that's the
I'm
best
trying to
chance
like
of
be
us
like, Chris, we
surviving
gotta
this.
go. We gotta go.
Okay.
Get to the car.
Well, John, you have the
vehicle.
first move. Chris seems to be staying put for now.
If you want to go, I can just quickly pick this up and book it after you.
I think what John
Also, it
does,
may only save one of our lives, so if you want to go first and let me stay and pick it up, that may be the
John
best
John
case.
gets as far to the entrance as he can, and he fires off around at the creature. But more, like if he hits it, great. But it's more just kind of as a distraction to try and, fend it off for a second. Like he's not trying necessarily. He's not like aiming to like to kill. He's just aiming to like get it out of make a distraction kind of thing. If that makes sense.
Okay. If you're attempting to
Can we
hit
do
it, I'll ask for a handgun
Yeah.
roll. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a 43 versus 35. I'm gonna spend 13
well,
luck.
you can't spend them on combat rolls like that.
I
but
can't spend it on combat rolls, so
I
it's a
will
failure.
ask. I'll ask for a luck if you'd like. Now remember, it's the being, Chris, you, and another cultist there.
Yeah, and this shot wasn't so much like if I hit it, great, but it's kind of just to keep its mind off of.
You did miss, yeah, but
Yeah.
you have an intention with it. So for that intention, I'll ask for a luck roll.
Extreme success, 5 versus 70.
Okay.
He's back.
Man, have you spent any luck points? I don't think
He's
you've had to.
motherfucking
I've
back.
spent 4 luck points tonight.
Oh well, still, either way, it's an extreme. He's back.
He's back.
Okay.
He never left.
And you intended to gain its attention, which is what you do. Its head will snap to you, looking you up and down, and fear goes straight to your anus. And what results will leave for imaginations.
Oh God.
Your movement got you to the door.
Yeah.
Chris, you're up next.
I'd like to pick up the medallion and just fucking go.
Okay, let's go for that dexterity. You might be competing, depending on what you get.
Hard
Okay.
success?
All right, they have to beat a hard success.
And is this considered a combat roll?
No.
I'm trying to think of what's the math for an extreme success.
Fuck. Shit.
It's half for a...
I believe
Half is for the hard success, and is it...
it's not a third. I don't know what it is. If 16's a hard success, then one way we can figure out. So Roll20 has a fun little feature where if you can change to extreme, and what are we rolling? Dexterity?
Yeah.
Oh, it'll just tell you it's 12. We need to beat 12.
Sick. Okay, cool. Can I spend 4 luck points then?
Okay, and you'll make that a extreme. Now this other cultist, I'll tell you what's happening. The other cultist catches on to what you're doing. They have to beat an extreme success with a critical.
I'm gonna be so pissed. I'm gonna be so pissed.
You're
bro.
good. You're good. You're good. You're good. They're unable to rolling a 32 versus a what do they have? A 50. They're unable to do it. It is a success, but you're much quicker. You're able to grab that and you throw it on. I imagine, correct?
Yeah, I'd like to put it on, and then do I have movement after that action, or is that like my whole thing? Because I'd like to go like run away now that I'm wearing the medallion.
Well, first the power roll.
Okay.
Second would be okay. Gotcha.
That is
so
a success.
Success 66 versus 80. Your movement would not get you all the way to the door, but it will get you about halfway there.
As far as I can go, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you do find yourself halfway to the door where John is at the door and has the aggro of this thing. Eyes almost glowing red now. The cult follower freaks out. He's chasing after you, unable to catch up. That'll be the end of your extreme success with the dexterity, is getting out of that grasp. They may end up firing at you because they are panicking as well. Their leader had just got decapitated. And their buddy just got sliced. So, all hope lost. They do have to make an action. So they are going to fire at you, Christopher. It will be at a penalty as you're both on the move. And that's the way I decide to run it.
Okay.
So I did beat a 50. with a penalty for a total of 90. So they're going to miss. Well, definitely miss. John. That's
Okay.
that's not your request for your action. That's to tell you good luck. So, this thing is gonna go ahead and make a move at you.
Dodge roll.
From across the room.
Yes, the wings
Dodge roll.
spread out.
Dodge roll.
Four wings on either side spread out
Oh,
from the back. You see the goo.
I don't think you're understanding how much like this is an actual nightmare for Price, the player. I don't like bugs.
the
like,
membranous fluid
I'll
shudders
deal with
off.
bugs, but I don't like them. I don't like them.
The membranous fluid shudders off those four wings, and they start to flutter the same sound that Puppy heard when he touched the egg or got close to it. Boom! Comes right after you.
Okay.
It is going in for a attack with that claw of its possession.
Dodge roll.
It has to beat a 70. Okay, that's gonna be a hard success. So your dodge roll.
Failure. 72 versus 32.
Okay. Just to be sure.
I have 10 HP.
Okay. Well, 10 HP?
10 total.
Don't love it when they keep asking that question.
This is my punishment. For rolling so well.
No!
I died one hit. I told
He
you.
sowed, and now he's reaping.
I have reaped what I've said.
Would you like to? This is typically a pulp feature, but you have 66 luck.
Okay.
You could potentially drain it to come back to 1 HP. Typically, if we got into all the details, that would be a heavy wound.
So I have 70 luck.
You wouldn't roll. You would spend every single point of luck that you have to make it
not
0
die.
to bring your HP from 0 to 1. Typically a pulp feature, but it just for narrative.
You know
I'll
what?
see what happens.
Screw it. Sure.
It's a 1-shot after all. 2-shot, 3-shot.
Do it.
The claw plunges into your side, but by sheer luck, misses every internal organ.
God.
It fucks you up to high hell,
Mm-hmm.
but it rips out, and it stands over you, this thing, and you're able to grasp on. Your vision flashes black and white. You feel nothing but sheer pain, so much so you almost grow numb to it as you start to hold that wound shut, dropping maybe whatever it is you have, depending on how you react.
No, I think that John is just his only thought is escaping. If he's dropping whatever he's got, he's trying to get out of that building after taking that hit. He's like even if like, is he sad about Puppy internally? Absolutely. Is he worried about
Dying?
Christopher? Absolutely. But like at this point, it's full fight or flight mode. He's in flight. He's getting out of there.
I do wish everyone could have saw that as well. On roll 20, he had 10 HP, and we rolled a 10. So, for total damage.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Okay, so you drop everything you have, and you're booking it to get the fuck out.
Well, limping it more likely, but yeah. Just
So he's still on his feet.
Yeah.
I'm
Everything you can
like-
muster.
any moral thought of helping anybody else.
Yeah.
Of saving anybody else, of remembering anybody else, that after all the sheer physical pain that he just experienced, that's gone. He's just, I've got to get out of here.
Yeah.
That's the only thought in his mind.
And he may be luckier than he realizes. So, well, you're up next, so you're getting the fuck out. You bust through those metal doors, and you book it down the hall, limp it down the hall to the outside door. You get to the point of pulling it open. You don't turn anything on this big industrial door. And you start to step out as you see that moonlight. And while you're doing that, Christopher. Between you and that
Immediately.
double door, yeah.
Wait, finish your thought.
Between you and that double door is this thing. As far as you know, though, judging from what David had mentioned, what knowledge you gathered, you're invisible. And this cultist behind you is not happy about it.
Has this thing acknowledged me in any way? Because I've
No.
been near it the whole time.
No.
Then I'd like to run.
Okay.
Since John is almost fatally wounded and I have not taken a single point of damage, can I catch up to him?
Yeah, I'll say you're able to close that distance as this thing...
Ideally, I'd like to put myself in between. I don't quite know what the medallion does, but I know it's protecting me. So I'd like to try and put myself between the thing and John. Not quite being a human shield, but hopefully being able to like take the aggro off of it.
Right.
If it's like close to the medallion, like, am I making sense? Like, I'd like the medallion to not be on me, but like be on us, if you feel. As much as I can without like taking it off of me.
So, like, if you're trying to, like, buddy up with it, you couldn't fit two necks in this thing.
Yeah, but can I, like, be, like...
You can get close to him, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to, like, put my arm around him and, like, try and, like...
Okay.
You feel?
I do get what you're saying, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'd like to try and protect him as much as I can utilizing the medallion without, like, taking it off my neck.
Another shot rings out as you go through those double doors. This thing pays you no mind, apparently, from what you can tell. That shot came from that cultist. As the double doors close, you hear another scream. A couple more shots ring out. And then nothing but a loud chirping. If you listen close, you might hear the terrible sounds of mutilation happen. And you both get to that door. Right outside is someone left behind. This all happened so quickly, quite frankly, and through this large door, almost unheard. Stands Dustin, who is now more confused than any other motion as you both stumble out, John barely holding on to life, and you now wearing something that may or may not be... Okay. Where did you get that?
Brother, it's alive.
What?
We gotta go.
We gotta go. Well, I'm going. He's going. Your buddy out there in the egg thing, it's alive. Make your choice now. I'm going. You can either go in there with that thing that you've been doing, whatever. I don't give a fuck. You can go in there and buddy up with them. We are going that way. And we're going to...
And you just hear John go, "We're leaving."
He's here. He's here.
Can I gently like push John into the truck and like help him since he's...
Yeah, that's no problem because now Dustin is pushing open that door. You see
Great.
through a crack. You're able to make out, despite it being a little bit dark, you can see in that red glow. He crosses from the hallway into that office, crosses in to see two appendages latch on to his back and four mandibles branch out from the face of this thing and leak a bright, almost neon yellow ooze. And it seeps onto his flesh, searing it away as the four mandibles bite down and rip it off. This is all happening very quickly, but taking its time while you all are loading up into the truck. You turn that over. Give me that drive auto. Whoever's at the wheel, I imagine it would be Chris.
Yeah, I don't think John is capable of doing
That-
much, but is there any type of help? There's no type of help action in Call of Cthulhu, right?
I mean, two rolls can... Ooh,
Worked out,
okay.
Worked out.
The wheels
worked out. Oh, God.
rip that dirt up. You spin that
Trevor,
bad boy
I'm
around.
So sorry about Puppy.
Puppy
So
is
sorry about Puppy.
Puppy is floating so eloquently in the water in that pumping station. But those tires spin. You turn around, rip out. bust through the fence and you go, I suppose, back the way you came, gunning it for the only place you're familiar with.
I don't know if that's what I would do, but I understand.
It's up to you.
I don't know if going back to the town with a lot of infected bug people is the plan I would make.
Okay.
Especially as the thing's alive and we've already been almost killed by the thing, and I'm also wearing the necklace that I'm assuming that there's gonna be a follower. Like Dustin lived there. There's gonna be followers there, right? I would consider that place a no-go.
Okay.
But with my bleeding friend, and I know there's medical supplies there, I can see that happening actually, as I don't think I could just drive forever and have him live.
Right.
Like I was just gonna go west, but maybe. Oh, I stole their truck though. It doesn't matter. I'll trust you. I'll trust you, Keep, for the sake of story.
Okay, you are bringing it back technically if you want to head that way. Now you get a hard success, so you are. I mean, you're certainly making
Fuck.
making good speed happen here.
What do I want to do? Can I table talk for like a half second?
It's all you, man.
Well, I'll just converse with Pup, assuming he's able to converse right now.
In spirit,
John?
yes. You connect with Pup Spirit and Trevor.
Oh, not Pup. Sorry, John. R.I.P. Pup.
But Pup, if you'd
Um,
like to chime in, Trevor, go for it.
Either.
The ghost
All
of
right,
Pup.
all right, all right, all right.
Can I see how John is? Well, I know how he's feeling. Not good.
Yeah.
Not his best day.
Have you ever
our
seen
two
like an
options.
old banana peel? That's kind of what John looks like right now. That's
John,
Not
John is at this point, now that we're out, like he is about as used. Like I think if you say we want to go left, he's gonna be like, he's not gonna.
What do I do? Because we stole the fucking truck and we already got shot at as
I think
we were
all
leaving.
John's saying is he's just like go.
Yeah, but go where? Because you're dying. My
Go
gut says go
west.
to.
Like just keep going out of town. Just go.
But I don't think you can survive without medical supplies.
and you are bringing the truck back.
I think John's still just saying go.
If we bring the truck back, well, how much more story is there, Keep? Is there like a way you can kind of do both endings? Or do I need to make a choice right now?
Listen, man, it's on your table.
These feel like two really, really bad options. Because my gut is I drive west, my homie dies in the front seat, just bleeds out because I've nothing to like help him with. We walked from fucking Alabama to Texas and found one settlement. So I think we're just gonna find another place that's welcoming. So I think my homie's just gonna die in the front seat, or I can risk going back to the town, which we already stole the truck and got shot at on the way out. I think if we take that back, they're not gonna ask any questions. I'm gonna be lit the fuck up immediately. I don't think they're gonna understand. Plus, Dustin, the guard that for the cult, lived and worked in the town, which implies that there's more people that are cultists living and working in the town. And I have a necklace of the fucking dude. So like I feel like I think my best chance of survival is to go. I think the only fucking way John doesn't die is if we go back to the town.
John's like go. Just go.
Here's some elements here. I'm gonna give you a little bit to work with. Just factual statements.
Okay.
The truck motor is loud.
Yeah.
The town is mad that you took it, but bringing it back may not be a matter of lighting you up. They did just imprison a man instead of shooting him when he really wanted to shoot him. You could reckon with the nature of the people you met. Not everyone has ill intent. That's all I'll give you.
All right, fuck it. Can I tuck the medallion? How big is the medallion?
You could tuck it in your shirt.
Okay. Can I tuck it in my shirt and people won't like immediately notice?
Yeah.
All right, let's do that. Fuck it. We'll go back to town. I don't care.
That engine roars, and with that hard success, you gain some good time. You get those tires spin, and you rip out as all that I described was happening to Dustin. There's a moment of breath. Jon feels the cool night desert air across his face in sheer pain, but almost numb at this point.
Yep.
Christopher,
Like John's bleeding out at this point, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I think going to the town's the only chance you have of survival because Ava's still there.
I think what John does, honestly, is he gives Christopher his notebook and just says, go.
Mm.
I'm going
And he
back
just
to town.
kind of collapses. Like he's not necessarily
Don't
dead
die
yet,
on
but
me,
he's-
motherfucker.
He's not dead yet, but
I already lost
he's
Pup.
unconscious. He's
I already-
unconscious.
Don't make me lose you two. I already lost Pup.
He gives him the notebook. He says, go, and he falls unconscious.
Okay, well, you're
Yeah.
not dead, Jon.
I'm going
Not
to the town.
dead, but he's unconscious.
I'm going to the town.
Chris hammers the gas pedal. You find the town. They don't shoot at you. Whoever might be up on the wall, because there is no one up on the wall. You don't see any moving figures, but you don't stop to think about it, depending on how you'd like to approach it. But in the interest of urgency and desperation, you crash through those front gates. You bring it to a quick stop. The tires skirt across the desert dirt. The first thing you see is someone on their knees vomiting profusely towards the town hall. Your gaze is affixed to someone walking past them, shuffling, hands on stomach, and their movement signals to you that they don't know where they're going. But you don't stop to think. I imagine you're headed to the clinic.
Yeah.
Well, you do just that. As you rip Jon out of the cab, haul him in to the cafe, past the bar, swing that door open, push Lynn's body off of the gurney side table. Perhaps no one's there. You lay Jon down, unconscious. Ava is over in the corner, leaning, looking out the window, right shoulder on the wall. Medical supplies are out.
Is this me?
It is.
Can I try and get Ava's attention?
You can. Saying her name, making noise. Eventually, you get a gaze over, and her eyes open, and both have glazed over, blind. She recognizes your voice, but she doesn't respond.
That's all I needed to know. All right, I'll patch him up myself
Okay.
as good as I can.
I'll take, in this case, first aid or medicine. I'll leave it up to you.
First aid would be great, I think. Yeah, first aid would be great.
Okay.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Fuck.
Do you know what your options are, Chris?
I know my options are fuck you. Fuck. What's that math? 43?
Yeah.
That's almost all of my luck.
You also have another option.
I know what the other option is.
Leave me.
Fuck it. We're pushing the roll.
Yeah! Push, 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 push,
Pushing
push,
the
push,
fucking roll.
push, 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 push.
No, I had a 50-50 shot.
Oh,
I just
no!
killed Jon. I just killed Jon so bad.
I just killed Jon so bad.
Jon just no.
Oh, 93 versus 50 failure. The push led to a 62 versus 50 failure.
I can't use luck on a push roll, can I?
You cannot, unfortunately. You cannot use them on push rolls or combat rolls. And in this case, you grab the bandages, you come to Jon's body, you push down in the wrong spot, moving
Sorry, Jon.
moving
I'm
one
so
of his
sorry.
organs out of place, blood spewing out of the wound.
And he's just holding his notebook out. He's just holding his notebook.
with the
I'm so
last
sorry,
little bit of
John.
effort, holding that notebook that falls to the ground. John, you made it so far.
But not far enough.
Oh,
I'll
no
never get the
fucking
chance
way.
to kill my brother out
Oh,
in
no
Oregon.
fucking way.
In Oregon.
He's in Oregon or something.
You're pausing for a second, I imagine, Christopher. And out of nowhere, a gunshot rings out from outside. Another gunshot. You listen closer. Chittering wings sound from outside the window. You appear to be safe in here. It's mostly closed off. Ava seems to react, shuffling towards the window that looks out in that direction. A couple more shots. And then the scream of someone as they, sound to be in pain. And you're in this clinic with John's body.
Fuck it. I have the medallion. I'm just gonna take the notebook and just walk outside.
Okay.
Well, there's nothing else on John that I need to do to John, right? He's just dead on the table.
John?
Do you have any I don't know. It doesn't matter. Do you have any jewelry or anything I should take as a memento?
Just the
Just the notebook?
there. No, he does have what looks like a class ring on his right hand.
All right, I'll take that. I'll close your eyes, and I'm gonna go walk outside. Ideally, back to the truck.
You
I have nothing to
quietly
this town anymore.
quietly walk out.
Oh, actually, hold on.
Yeah.
I want to go to the cafe in the same building. See if there's any rations or anything I can grab, and then go to the truck.
Yeah, you're able to get into the supply closet you were in prior, and you're able to fill a whole bag full of cans of food, perhaps MREs that they might have had, maybe some alcohol as well.
Gonna need a lot of that.
And you step outside onto that garage concrete bay type of thing. And you see the very same being that you saw in that station ripping into one of those last remaining guards and standing off almost like a Mexican standoff from where it stands, from where you entered, and from where Henry stands on the foot of that building, that town hall. He raises that revolver up. You can see one eye glazed over, skin turning green from his neck up. He lets a shot ring out, and this thing closes that distance in about less than half a second. Plunging both claws into him, raising his body up as he gurgles, and it starts to take bites out of him, consuming slowly, very similar to how an insect might eat. You are, untouched. There's running, there's screaming, and now things on fire, as that was an attempt to stop it, but it's much too quick for him. And you are free to do whatever it is Christopher Ward would like to do.
I imagine this the scene from the slow motion scene from 1914, 1915, whatever that, 1913.
Yeah.
Where it's just explosions and chaos and blood and guts and people dying and screaming all around me as I'm just slowly walking through it all to get to the truck, knowing I'm invisible, and just the sense of just hopelessness, but also weirdly optimistic type deal. None of this can happen to me, but also what the fuck is going on? This is horrible. That weird complex mix of emotions. I was going to get back in the truck, load up all the munitions, food and gas I can, and just go west.
And you have also, with the final roll that I will ask from you, that being a sanity check. All right.
That's a success.
It is going to be, in this case, 2 points of sanity loss. You're not stranger to death, but this is something not right, obviously. And you back that truck up. You feel a bump of what used to be somebody. You get out the gate, put it in drive, come around, get onto that highway, what used to be, and take off. And that last shot rings out behind you. And later, nothing but the hum of the engine and the desert wind coming past you. You look to where Jon laid to see his book with your ration supplies that'll get you as far as hopefully they need to get you. And you are once again alone. Thank you, each of you, for bearing with me
That was intense.
and getting to engage with this playtest and first part
London, we did not
of
make
this
it.
First
universe. The first
Is London just now tuning in? What the fuck, bro? You messed it up everything.
we
He's
made it.
like, we made it.
They did
No, we
not
didn't.
make it. No, he's talking about them. That no, Huddy turned on them and it ended with them all fighting as that same town I'm talking about got demolished. Now, there is one thing I want to share with you all.
Okay.
That was one ending.
What
There
great old one is it? Who's the bug lady?
Stilimzi. Stilimzi is one of the
Mm.
hardest names to spell. And I've learned it from fucking typing it so much. She is the matriarch of swarms. She is a great old one, not an outer god. And she typically takes the form of a giant locust. Now, I'll
And
go
outer
ahead.
gods are more powerful than great old ones. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Except for Cthulhu's like weird.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue for anyone.
Okay.
And I'll give you all the link, as players, to her page. But she is absolutely my favorite. I love her to death.
Mhm.
My go-to, bad bitch.
Creepy hot bug lady, I'm guessing.
That
No.
cannot be how you spell Zalimzi.
I don't even
Oh.
know how to say it.
That's how it's spelled?
Yeah. Samni.
Who is Gizgith?
That's her husband.
Is that the king?
No, Gizguth is a giant rock shark. If
Mm.
you explore that page. Anyway, so she is, as mentioned, matriarch of the swarms. Now she takes two different forms. That was another ending. No summoning took place. I was between having a summoning happen because there is one way it would have happened that would be out of your control, provided the ending that we just experienced, which it is obviously dynamic. The king did not summon. It went straight to following that truck, pissed off by that noise, to
Okay.
slaughtering that town. The big bad ending, the one where you fail terribly, is David is alive. He engages in a 4-round summoning ritual. If he fails and the king escapes, it has the option to do the same. Provided that happens, she comes in the form of a cloud of locusts. Those are her two forms, either a giant bug or a cloud. The cloud cannot be damaged except for chemical and fire, and the giant being herself can only be hurt by her armor is like you wouldn't survive.
Right.
Basically. Yeah, 100% damage for the swarm. 100% meaning like you roll against 100. 72 HP is how I adjusted a lot of the stats for this specific universe. 15 points of armor. Yeah. So that did not happen. There are ways to, that you could have prevented that.
What happens if she got summoned? Just everything blows up.
Yeah, everything's fucked. And then there'd be a roll to see if the necklace thing worked. That essentially is an artifact that avoids detection, essentially, or passes detection off. So, luckily, Chris is now out and about with that to potentially find out if that applies to other Great Old Ones. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. That was,
What was the if we ended up like is there a way to prevent the king from
yeah.
getting birth?
Yeah. So the main way is to get there during the day. That's intentionally difficult. Unless someone were to lead this game as a gamekeeper and make it obvious, then as a player you could be like, boom, that's where we're going. I already know the ending. Because you can draw the assumption from big metal pipe points away from town.
We almost did that when I unplugged.
Yeah.
We did.
I unplugged the pipe, and I mentioned that we should go check the water supply during the day, and we got distracted.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a route that would have gone, and then it didn't. If you get there at the early, nothing's happening, and you have full control of the situation. Essentially, I mean, the 3 will try and stop you, but you obviously have home field advantage depending on what you're packing. When you get there, noise obviously plays a factor. With successful, and this is what I was asking from John, successful spot hiddens or whatever it may have been to observe the surrounding, there were some elements in there. There was a busted valve or busted pipe with a valve attached to it that would have been definite cause for distraction. That would have given you an opportunity, because if you do shatter the egg, you have the chance to either kill it entirely or weaken it down to 10 HP, which is totally manageable. If it does get the opportunity, which noise, as it's set now, and I may adjust, noise goes from the total amount of rounds, which is 10, of combat, without loud noises, where if a firearm or something rings out like that, it immediately cuts down to 3. And you have a very limited time. And that was hence the agitation, the movement as everything was happening. And that's how I treated the fire extinguisher to the side of the fucking egg. And I do appreciate there's going to be some things I'm adding thanks to Trevor there, based upon the power dynamic and how that works, and what you're feeling with it. Because God damn it, Trevor, you kept succeeding the Constitution rolls, and you weren't supposed to. I didn't want you to, because I wanted to test a feature, but essentially, it's like the infection overtaking your body, obviously, and what happens with it. If you keep succeeding, you got to keep succeeding for a total of 10 Constitution checks, and you shed it off. You're able to resist. Intentionally difficult. When you start failing, the first one is what you experienced that first time. It's that headache with the nudge in the direction to go north. And any of this can happen from drinking water, getting stung by Timothy, he was a problem, or any other cause for infection. Those are the main 2. Or consuming having any other fluids into your body. The first one was the headache, the sanity roll, which I forgot to ask for, and then the insect wings in your mind. The second failure is a physical mutation like they were all experiencing in town. That is when it starts metastasizing. It does spread to a limb. Sanity rolls for the person who experiences and those who witness it. Then it would be on a luck roll. If you rolled a successful luck, a arm or a leg, these are just random beneficial or random mutations that could be considered beneficial. An arm or a leg hardens and becomes a weapon of sorts, with that chitinous shell kind of taking over where the skin is, which would add brawl damage. An eye would change, adding a bonus to spot hidden, or a chitinous shell would start to form armor on your body. However, if you fail the luck, then you lose hearing or sight, inability to control a limb, and one of my favorites, an uncontrollable spit of acid for 2 points of damage for whoever it is fired at. So it comes from within. You can't stop it from happening, and it happens randomly in dialogue. So whoever you fire that at takes 2 points of damage and is probably unhappy. Anyway, that never happened. And it got very fucking close for, I think, Chris, because you're both served water at the bar, and you said something about taking a drink, and I was about to confirm, and then something happened, and you're like, actually, I'm just gonna push the water away from me, and I was like, fuck. And you escaped that. There was no real good ending, quote unquote. They were already fucked in the town. If you manage to save the day, restore the water, save the queen, I don't know, whatever, rescue the princess, you would have got back, and there still would have been no guard on the wall. The metal would have whined against the wind, and you would have walked in, and Henry still would have, one eye would have been gone, his face just about melted, and it would have...
The disease would have taken everyone over anyways.
Yeah, people are still stumbling around. They're limping towards you, past you. Henry comes out with a bloody cough, and he's just like, and there's a whole quote for it too. Y'all done good work. Much too late for us, I reckon. I believe at best y'all saw yourselves out. Take what you need. And then you take what you need. You exit the gate, and you hear the sound of a revolver. Yeah, man. It's pretty happy stuff.
So there's like
Joyous
4 endings
occasion.
There's several. I mean, there's 3 base. There's that
Gotcha.
one where you save the day, and he's like, "Hey, get the fuck out. We're already screwed." There's the one where it's just the template you all followed, where you took out any chance for summoning, but that thing was still loose. And then there's the big bad where she summoned and you're all screwed. Yeah. So.
What was he?
So that was a corpse that was, or person, that was sacrificed and essentially encased in remains, more or less, that formed this membrane, and through ritual became, to use the same word, template for what would be a child of Shagai is one name. Shagai is one of the elements or things, beings. But it is, Locust King is the name that working name, I guess. It may stay. I don't know. It has no name. It's just an original addition that I wanted to add in this universe as part of the thing that will eventually grow into a great old one. And it's in the same vein of Stilimzi and all of the bug-like mythos beings. And there was also, we skipped it on purpose, but there's a sequence where if you do take the truck, walking just takes longer. If you take the truck, there's and London and them got to experience this, hence the gun on the truck. There's a Migo soldier. Migos are giant bugs as well, but about the same size, if not half the size. Actually, maybe a little bit bigger than the Locust King, but much slower. And essentially would have been a pursuit fight where this thing is flying towards you all, trying to fuck you up, and you got a fucking just a hail of 5.56.
What ending did London and Huddy get?
Huddy made it into, well, they all failed. By no fault of their own, in my opinion. I think it was the first draft, and I had so much to change. But they failed. Stilimzi flies over. They all give sanity checks. At that point, it's hard as shit to succeed. I think 2 of them have bouts of madness, and then Huddy turns on everyone, and they have a Mexican standoff on the.
Classic Huddy.
And instead of the facility being ground level, it was very theatrical. I had it like 2 stairways up this metal staircase to get up into it. And so they were essentially halfway up this huge mesa watching as Stilimzi came over and fucking just ravaged that town. So while that's happening in the distance and the sun is setting, they're all about to shoot each other. But
Weird.
I've learned a lot.
Sick.
I hope the elements or the assets were fun.
They were great.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, Matt, you got a great sandbox with which to
Oh, is that
publish
her?
with, man. Like, it's all
Yeah,
there.
man. Well, thank you.
Um,
There's obviously some
sure.
changes. We've learned a lot. But yeah, it's I appreciate you pointing out Sandbox. There's 2 also in the making. One would be shorter than this, and the other would be longer. And they're both like different times, not in this area or time that this takes place. But it is the same universe because I like developing this universe. And y'all saw some logos that were important. So I appreciate y'all. I'm a little bit tired. I know y'all are
Yeah,
tired.
man.
And
I'm a
you
bit sleepy.
you all sacrificed your time. Whoever might have done the same, I of course appreciate you. This I intend to publish all on YouTube. So if you're watching that way, thank you for checking it out. I do appreciate you. You can leave a comment, but by the time you might be seeing it, probably already published. I can't make any changes, but can always consider them for later. I'm going to go around the bin very quickly. So everyone, please shout yourselves out if you have anything to shout out. So please take it away, Trevor. I do appreciate your patience up till now, and you've been a great addition to this game.
Wait, am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Okay, cool.
You're good.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
Trevor. I died. Yeah. You'll be seeing me some more until probably some of the summer, where I might disappear for a spell, and then I'll be back. Or not. There may be a possibility that I could just stream it in McDonald's parking lot. We'll see.
Doing
Bryce,
the
take it
Lord's
away.
work. Price!
Yeah. Hey. Hi, it's me. It's Price. You can catch me here on Spot Hidden doing stuff. I should be around to do stuff most of the time unless something else comes up. But you should see me frequently. I know you guys are tired of me, but I'll be here. And as far as my own campaign, the Mournwild setting, which these 3 gentlemen have been a part of for the first session, we'll get back to that. When that will be, we don't have a date for that, but we're gonna get back to it for sure. And look forward to seeing you guys, whether it's on this channel or on my channel or somewhere else, wherever that may be. But yeah, that's all I got.
Please wrap us up, Mike.
Hi, I'm Mike. Thank you for tuning in. This was very fun. Thank you so much for Matt for creating it.
Oh, thank you.
Go drink some water, call your mom and tell you love her, and there's never a better time than now to start One Piece.
Oh, boy.
That's
Enjoy
true.
your journey.
Yeah,
That's true.
that's if we had any other sign that we're tired.
Speaking of
sorry,
anime,
we
does this story kind of remind you of Hunter x Hunter a little bit?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Don't
Damn,
say that. Don't say that, because I'm not going to
No,
watch
no,
anime.
It's very Chimera Ant-y.
Yeah, in a cool way.
And especially in the sense of like everybody died and it was really rough. As far
And
as
they're
just, like the bad things that happen, you're just like, oof.
The bad guy was just overpowered a little bit.
Yeah, the Chimera Ant arc.
Yeah, man.
One of the best arcs I've ever read
Of
in a manga,
all
like
anime,
ever,
yeah.
is the Chimera Ant arc. That shit's crazy.
Yeah. Well, the main enemy here was time.
That's true.
And there'll be some adjustments I make to make that more obvious, but anyway, I don't know about watching One Piece, but I can say I will be watching some Spot Hidden, probably because I don't watch it. I had to create it, which I need to create more of for all of us here. So, Mike, I know we're going to be missing you. You're going to be taken off to, I think, what is it? Is Nepal mountains, right? Yeah. So he's going to be
go hike Everest.
Yeah, he's going to have a journey up there, probably some DMT or something up there,
Quite a bit.
or whatever you'd like.
Jamie, pull up that clip.
Yeah, JV, go ahead and pull it. I appreciate all 3 of you. Thank you for tuning in to the chat, but also thank you 3 for playing. This has been great. I've learned a lot. You've definitely, I promise, have helped me out. please check out Spot Hidden. Check us all out on our channels. Price on his, Lennon on his, and mine on mine, and Huddy wherever Huddy might be at the time. I think he's actually soliciting his body in Tennessee right now.
That could be.
Yeah, whatever he's into. So I'm cutting it off there. Thank you, everyone, and good night.